Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga,
Our
and
people. Hey, how are you? What are you going to
Testing one, two. Testing one, two, one, two. Testing one, two.
Scandal, a grande surprise. No, no.
Good morning, colleagues. Can we get seated? Welcome to all the colleagues that have joined us here. We want to request that you give us as a committee just 10 minutes. We've received quite a sizable number of apologies from members of the portfolio committee this morning. So we are trying, we want to try and organize some sort of a hybrid setup so that we can be able to ensure that the other members join us online. So just a 10 minutes delay, then we will then commence with the meeting. Apologies for that. Honorable Musoni has joined as well. Okay, good morning. And most welcome to the Portfolio Committee meeting. We are quite elated to have you here. We have been meaning as a Portfolio Committee to meet with provinces and to engage with provinces on your annual plans and to also discuss your audit outcomes. We've received a report, the annual report and the performance report from DBE. And of course, also we've received a report, the audit report of the sector that includes then provinces. And there were quite some of the concerns and some issues that we picked from this audit reports. And as a result, the committee took a conscious decision to invite provinces. So you are the first set of provinces that were meeting this week. We are also going to meet the other 3 provinces the following week on Tuesday. We are hoping that we don't take long. By at least 1 o'clock, we should have concluded. So our agenda is very basic. We are going to allow the provinces to make presentations. We're going to start with the Eastern Cape. And let us appreciate the MEC, your presence, and the fact that the Eastern Cape had indicated that there is a clash with their own provincial portfolio committee, but you still made time to be here. That is appreciated. We are then going to take Limpopo after the Eastern Cape, and then we take Mpumalanga. So we are going to take the Eastern Cape and discuss their presentation and conclude, and then we take Limpopo the same, and then we take Mpumalanga and we do the same. So you're most welcome. And in terms of our own issues, the house issues, so we received a lot of apologies this morning from our own members. Some is because they were attending oversight and of other committees that they also serve in other provinces, and they indicated that there were issues with flights, some of them coming to Cape Town today morning. However, we have now tried to organize some hybrid setup, so they've joined us online. So we have members that have joined us online. I think that will be better for all of us. We do have interpreters, members on the platform, and so if members want to express themselves in any other language, we've got a Sepedi and Zulu interpreters services in the meeting. With that said, Mr. Brown, let's deal with the apologies, and we then go into the program.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have quite a few, as you've indicated. We have Honorable Jordan, of course she's on maternity leave, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Kumane, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Shikwambana, and Honorable Mgadi. We have now created the link, so I think a lot of them may be joining us virtually for the session, Chairperson. I know from the provinces, the MEC in Limpopo has also sent through that apology, as well as the HOD for Eastern Cape. His apology, Dr. Mahule, DM and Minister, Chairperson, that won't be able to join us this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's also welcome the AGSA's office. You're most welcome, and thank you very much for your continuous support to the Portfolio Committee. We really appreciate it. I do know that you've also invited the auditors from the provinces that are here, and that is appreciated because then it enhances the quality of our engagements, and we really appreciate that support. You are most welcome to also participate in the discussions as we go through the discussions later. Thank you very much for the apologies. I see our members have joined online already. I think then we can start. MEC, Eastern Cape, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to the honorable members, AG, and the entire portfolio committee. Our sincere apology, Chair, that we have to make some alterations such that the head of the department must be left behind. The provincial legislature is engaged on annual reports this week, in particular for the social cluster departments. And we had to balance up the act and try to be flexible to that. We have a delegation that we are leading with the acting HOD, but there is going to be one person that is going to report on behalf of the province. I just wanted to appreciate, Chairperson, the gesture of allowing us to come down, precisely because of the complexities from time to time that are beginning to show in terms of managing the governance itself and the resource allocation thereof, and the accountability mechanisms put in place to ensure that we value the public purse. But the content of the report is going to make such reflections. But for me, it's just to say, Chair, one of the strategic opponents of the basic education currently, general in my own view in the country, is on how do we harmonize the policies between basic education, security cluster, and the justice cluster. I will tell you why. It's not working to continue to subject teachers into DC, suspending them, dismissing them, and you don't consider the criminal component of it in terms of sexual abuse of kids. So there is a need of a serious, intense harmonization and engagement on that particular one in terms of how do we deal with this question of sexual molestation, sexual abuse of kids within the institutions of learning by those that have been assigned to be their parents in terms of the South African Schools Act. But I'm therefore saying, even there, you needed a coherent strategy of security and justice cluster to come into that space. Otherwise, you will dismiss this teacher from Limpopo and resurface in Eastern Cape, dismiss it in Eastern Cape, resurface in another province, because there is no criminal record on it. So that's my worrying part, Chairperson. I felt let me not leave out that one, so that as we engage extensively on this report, we see how to manage the space.
with the committee in terms of our policy mandate and just to indicate that our plans in
Now, want to know how is that linked to the reduction of the overcrowding of classes? Do you have a problem of overcrowding? What is your average learner-teacher ratio in the schools? And how are you planning to ensure that this increase, because I see the increase is only speaking to salary increments, and we want to know if it is also linked to
we are busy working on it through the provincial government cluster that we have established between education, health, social development, and SAPS, so that we have got a coherent strategy to deal with it. Last week, the team was presenting the report to the HOD. We are only left with 2, if I'm not mistaken, educators out of 6 that could be processed. But the other one, immediately that incident gets attention of government, take a suicide. He killed himself. And of course, that's a matter that the law enforcement agencies can deal with it. Now we are left with one that we can be able to process to the latter. But again, Chair, it's the same issue if you look to St. John's College. Now I'm moving out of Skenjana, which has been asked by the Honorable Member. But again, St. John's College in Namtata has got the similar case, and also the similar case in St. Patrick's in Namtata. But fortunately for us, we were able, because it's a new case, and we arrested that particular teacher at that particular level. So I'm saying we can provide a detailed report, Chair, in writing on this one, and we're trying to close up the gap in terms of the sexual harassment of the kids. The second issue, which was the mother tongue bilingual education, the policy. We have extended it to some of the schools that were eager to be part of that transformative instrument. And remember, we started that program in 2012. It's almost a couple of a decade now. And hence, we were able to influence the country to take a position on the African pedagogy on education. Because for us, it was not just about an academic question, but how do you link academic progression of learning of learners to the social relations, in power relations in the society? And how do you link that with the economic relations? Citing international countries, for example, like your German, your Chinese, so that you have got a basic education that is linked to economic strategy and from a language policy point of view. Because we have been consistent, Chairperson, to say, for example, the kids that are writing mathematics and physics now, are they passing or failing physics or maths? Or are they having a challenge of the language within the content subjects? And that's the fundamental question that the nation must respond to. Whether the language efficiency does not have a bearing on the capacity, mentally and otherwise, of the candidates that are writing. For example, Taisi Tumdana and Uvangumbuzu. Does that talk to mathematics or physics, or does that talk to language? So, hence the mother tongue bilingual education, Chair, comes into that particular space. The second one, Chairperson, which we are culprit severely on it, which I want to link with the backlogs that you have talked about, the bit Latins, the backlog on infrastructure. The elephant in the room in the Eastern Cape is a backlog of 72 billion rands, which is addressed annually with 1.9 billion per financial year. Let's start there. You have got a backlog of 72, is coming from 82, by the way. Currently is at 72, and your budget allocation is 1.9 per financial year. Now, what does that mean? It means your backlog has got more than 40 years for you to complete it, unless you restructure the schooling system in the province, totally. Now, We then responded, Chairperson, to say, look, are some of the schools that we have in the system, do we need them in the first place? So that you don't resolve infrastructure problem, governance problem using infrastructure solutions. You have got more than 1,000 kids, 1,000 schools that has got less than 100 learners in the Eastern Cape. And the reason for that is that we allowed in the past 2 decades to have 3 schools in one village. And the entire 3 schools are dysfunctional because there could be no learner population as directed by the policy. Because you'll remember that the learner is a cardinal point in the schooling system in the country. You have got dwindling numbers of learners in an institution of learning in terms of the policy. You are absolutely not having a school. Because any institution of learning in the form of a school, in terms of the current policies that we have, will be determined by the number of learners inside that particular school. Whether you talk human resource provisioning, whether you talk learner support material, whether you talk the building of that particular school for that matter. So then we resolve to say, let's go back to the rationalization, alignment, and measure of schools. So that you have got fewer number of schools, but bigger ones, so that you have got a capacity of the state to resolve the unresolved questions that have been there in terms of provisioning of the learners. That have taken a bit of a problem, especially when you come to the program that the previous minister and the current minister has initiated of SAFE, so that we can be able at least to deal with the issue of the pit Latins. We are left now with almost about 200 plus, I'm not so sure of the figure, we will check on it, from 1,500 of them that we have coming from the research that was done previously. So the resource allocation is a major crisis at that particular level. Coming to the AG report, Chair, we are an institution with a background that has got a very serious aftertaste. We are coming from a background of an institution that has got ghost schools, ghost educators, ghost learners, ghost transactions in the past. That's why I appreciate the outcome that we have now. If you go back to the history of that province, it's a history that you can't be proud of in relation to AG. And when we're able to assemble a team that has given us an unqualified audit report now with findings, that has never happened in the Eastern Cape since 1994. It's only happening now. It never happened. And one of the fundamental questions that AG has lifted there, which is of material finding, Chair, is the issue of the school nutrition program. The very same issue which is in the social media about Ulwazi High School as we speak. Now, you will remember that in this country you don't have a universal so-called a common approach on the school nutrition program. Provinces developed their own model of the school nutrition program. When you go to KZN, they've got a particular approach. Eastern Cape has got its own particular approach. Gauteng has got a hybrid approach. Some money given to schools, some centralized for procurement purposes. The current discussion between myself and the HOD now and the people of the province in resolving the AG finding is whether the SNP is properly located in schools. In fact, whether the huge millions of rands that goes to school through the school funding norms can be monitored, tracked, and controlled? Do we have control measures? Why I'm raising this thing is because if you have got billions or millions of rands going to schools without finance experts in schools, you will never have a clean audit in basic education. Precisely because of Section 21 and the school funding norms, which gives them a huge percentage of money, which I am then saying, from a measure of control, from a measure of monitoring, from a measure of tracking them, you are likely dwindling at that particular level because of the prescripts that are there. So I'm agreeing with AG on that one, and I'm agreeing with you, Chairperson, that we needed to find a way on how to deal with that. But coming closer to the human resource provisioning, we are one of the provinces that have declared 52,817, if I'm not mistaken, post basket for educators. It was quite difficult, Chair, if you look in terms of the budget allocations we have. But what we were trying to avoid was the issue of instability in schools on the basis of consistent redeployment of educators from school A to school B, school C every year. That jeopardized the ecosystem of curriculum management and target setting in terms of how the schooling system should look like in the province. And therefore, we took a decision to have a multi-term agreement of 3 years with 52,817. But that declaration has left Department of Basic Education in the province with a huge gap of 600 million plus deficit. Now, we were then saying, okay, fine, we can still find a way of how to manage the deficit of 600 million as long as our institutions of learning would have a teacher in front of the learners. But that declaration, Chairperson, exclude a serious policy imperative that the President has actually presented in this House, the Bella Act. Because we were declaring from grade 1 to grade 12 with the exclusion of the grade R and the ECD. And now we had to go back to the minister and say, generally, Minister, across provinces, we have got a crisis of unfunded mandate here of the Bella Act, which is going to manifest itself in terms of the ECD integration into basic education. And therefore, successfully, the minister have been able to make sure that provinces get that money, in particular, Eastern Cape in basic education. We had got money through yourselves, Chairperson. We applaud you for that. We are now going to, in fact, we have already started appointing 870 grade R practitioners, which must come to the system on the 1st of January. As a policy intervention, because if you talk ECD professionalization, ECD injection policy into the basic education, you needed to be a bit precise and be clear. What exactly do you mean? And not just in terms of integrating infrastructure into basic education, but also the professional services that are expected to that. So the minister has been able to get into that space, and we're proud to announce that we do have at least a luxury to deal with that. On the issue of Cofimvaba, Chair, because there was a miscommunication on this one, the principal that you were talking about is not the one of St. John's College, is the one of Cofimvaba High School, Kamata, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Kamata was a principal in Nyanga, Engobo. And when he was investigated in terms of his relationship with kids at that time, 4 years, if not 5 years back, the report came back and indicating that yes, there is a potential in terms of the verdicts that were coming. But again, there is a culture which has to be stopped and be dealt with holistically, in my view. When we requested witnesses could not come. Now, you could see that, yes, from your own analysis, this matter is there, but how do you process it legally so that you don't make government vulnerable for litigations? You needed back the witnesses that were there. We then take him out and investigate and come back. And also there were issues that around the financial management, if I'm not mistaken, of Nyanga then, which were also investigated at that time. But unfortunately, the verdict get out exonerating him, and hence he was reappointed back. But we then said no, even if he is exonerated via the processes, we can't take him back to Nyanga. Rather, we take him to another school, which then happened to be Kofimvaba Senior Secondary School in the main now. This is the same principal again that is being investigated now, which means there was nothing wrong with the first investigation. If now you could be investigated on the same charges that were there before. So I'm saying from a provincial government's point of view, we are working on that, Chairperson, and we're learning our own weaknesses within the system that we should have picked up in one way or another, the issue of misconduct, of financial misconduct in relation to the matters that have been lifted here. There is a bit of stability, Chairperson, so to speak, because we appointed the HOD this year, early this year, through the Office of the Premier. And we also appointed about 22 senior management services, which were vacant at the level of the chief directors and also the DDG for corporate services. One behind me, who looks like me facially. We appointed him as a DDG for corporate services a couple of months ago, which also talks to the stability that, Chairperson, you were requiring. But key to that for me, because basic education is a women-dominant sector. How do you bring women leadership into the sector where they are dominant? Because I observe that when it comes to positions of authority and management in the sector, males are dominant. And as if there are no policies in place. The elephant in the room on this question now is on the appointment of principals. Because remember, principals are appointed via the SGBs as an independent body, of course concurred by the HOD of the department. But at least at the level of the directorship and upwards, we have been able to take the department to 50, is it 55? 55% from 35. An embarrassing percentage of 35 women on leadership and management. So we have at least managed to take them to 55 now. So I'm saying, beyond just appointment of HOD, senior management sector, how do you bring the issue of equity? How do you bring the issue of demographics of the province? And how do you deal with the racial question that is there, so that you can be able at least to realize the nation building that you are married to, Chairperson. So those are the issues that I think I can speak to. Or the anti-bullying policy, yes, we do have it. There's been workshops to all schools and districts in the province, and but we have not succeeded in pinning them down. I know it may sound as defensive, Chairperson, but I felt let me raise it here. The issue of outward migrations in the rural provinces is a cancer and will derail the progress of this country. Today you have got this chairperson or these people that are in boards. Tomorrow they are not there because they are not working. They must look for other greener pastures elsewhere, outside of the provinces. And in that, it has got more impact in terms of the human capital and the capacity, therefore, of state machinery in the form of the SGPs and other boards to retain the intellectual capacity where it is needed in some of these rural provinces. But it's an economic debate. This one not here, but I'm saying it has got another negative effect into social cluster departments. For example, I was looking to the MEC for health. Currently is engaged on rationalization of hospitals, meaning that now they are taking hospitals into clinics because of the outward migrations, because a hospital must be qualified in terms of the numbers that it can give. But where are those people? They are here in Cape Town, they are in Joburg, they are in Durban, they are in elsewhere. So it's a matter that from an economic cluster departments must be looked into. How do you stabilize the migrations within the rural provinces so that they don't have an effect on some of the matters that have been lifted here, Chairperson? Lastly, for me, Chairperson, I'm not sure whether I have not left anything in terms of the policies that are there. No, Chairperson, we agreed 3 consecutive policy statements in the province that let's connect schools, the issue of the ICT and connectivity to schools, coming from the background and the experience we have of the COVID-19. I can assure you now, if basic education didn't take that bold decision of saving lives and saving academic progression of learners, the nation would be in a tatters by now. Because whilst you are saving life on the other side, how do you make sure that the country does not become intellectual bankrupt? Because you will only be able to achieve that noble idea via the institutions of learning and via basic education and higher education in the country. And hence I'm then saying, it was a matter that forces us to say, let's rather have a dual approach whilst we have got a traditional way of teaching and learning, but bring in the e-learning solutions so that you can be accommodative enough to those kids that could be unable to acquire information and be able to be a universal as much as they can and be able to meet the standards that are required there. And I'm then saying, Chairperson, we have been able to connect about 2,500, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2,000? Or 2028, yes. 2028 schools in the province. And that has helped us in the current environment wherein digital learning is becoming a thorn in the flesh of basic education in the province. My sincere apologies, Chairperson, if there is anything that I might have left behind. My colleagues could add if allowed through you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll just touch on some questions I've noted, and thanks for the questions to the honorable members. I know at times, for especially the issues pertaining to audit, when the department was indicating that it's part of the audit improvement plan, it is work to be concluded this financial year, so that for the next year, we're able to protect our unqualified audit, which we received for the first time for this year for the financial management part of the audit outcomes, but we're able to also improve on our performance information. So the AIP is to be finalized this year, so that by audit execution the following year, we're able to attain our objective for maintenance, at least at the minimum of the unqualified audit, but also to address all issues pertaining to portfolio of evidence supporting our reported achievements. That's the timeline for the work we've set in our AIP. And then in terms of our, I know the issue, are we supporting our learners who will be falling pregnant? In the presentation, I did outline the learner support agents we have in place. These are placed in the schools. And we also have psychosocial district support teams, wherein when these issues are reported, we're able to, as quickly as possible, be able to facilitate support for those learners who would be going through there. And in the actual full document of the strat plan itself, we do outline these interventions that they might not be as explicitly stated in the actual PowerPoint itself, but that information is there in the strat plan document and also in the annual performance plan. And then for, I believe Honorable MC did touch on the issue of connectivity. The 2038 is for broadband connectivity. I know Chairperson did raise an issue. Is it for the staff room only? Is it for some of the classrooms? What OTP has done, they would provide when wireless access network, which is the broadband, and then for us as a department will be responsible for the provision of local area networks that would provide not only for the staff room, but also for the classrooms as well. So that work is underway. But given that, especially the onset of COVID, the broadband project has been quite not as fast enough, given that it's expensive. We've also ensured that at least each school has some kind of connectivity through the provision of mobile routers. There's a project we concluded in the previous financial year. And then in terms of, are we able to track our learners? Fortunately, the systems we have in place, SASEMs, were able to track each and every learner, and the rate for us would be 97%. For the 3%, it would be where we're not able to identify in other databases in the country, whether they don't have an ID and so on, but at least for 97%, we're able to tell exactly if they have moved to another province or if they have dropped out, and we're able to locate them. So we do have quite a very helpful system in place to assist us. And I know Honorable Lowe did raise the issue of setting our targets, whether they are too high. I must say the leadership has been very clear that whatever target we set, we should be able to have resources in place to support that number that we'll be outlining in the APP. So all the targets that you would see there was an intensive exercise to ensure that we're able to confirm that the budget would be able to support those targets we've set for ourselves. And even the training that takes place, it is accredited, and we ensure that whatever training is provided to our educators, it is of the requisite standard required. I will pause, Chair, Honorable Chair, and hand over to my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Natamasu and Honorable MEC, and good morning to Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and colleagues. Honorable Chair, I just want to add on the question that you posed around the teacher-learner ratio in our province. We are at 1:35 in terms of teacher-learner ratio. Then you also raised a question around the observation on the COE increase. Honorable Chair, in the Eastern Cape, we've got a different phenomenon when it comes to educated population. DP would agree with us. In the Eastern Cape, we've got an aging teacher population. What does it mean? It means you've got teachers that have been in the system for a very long time. Now, they are earning more than the entry-level educators, so hence your average teacher salary is very high in the province. So another contributing factor, Honorable Chair, is your pay progression, meaning that of the 52,817 educators that we've got in the province, you are looking at paying pay progression to approximately 51,000 educators. So hence your wage bill is a bit high. But what gave us a comfort in terms of what the Honorable MEC explained earlier on, for us to declare the 52,817 with a budget shortfall. When we do workforce analysis, we were able to pick up that we've got approximately 13,000 educators who are already in the age bracket of exit, meaning that they are ages of 55 to 64. Now, if we replace those educators with entry-level educators, we are likely to realize savings in the coming years. Hence, even Treasury was comfortable with our declaration. The last question, which maybe we might have missed in our responses, Chair, is around progress made in respect of LTSM deliveries for 2026 academic year. The latest report we got this week on Wednesday from the responsible branch was that they are sitting at 99% deliveries, so everything's on board. Thank you so much.
Any follow-up? I think for me, MEC, this issue of the principal, you're saying it's Kofimbaba. I was actually pronouncing it very wrong. I was saying Kofimbaba, I think. I was pronouncing it very wrong. The representative of the province that was in the meeting confirmed to us that the principal resigned before they could conclude the DC processes. Also confirming that the principal was found guilty. So you are saying there were two issues, there were two aspects. There was allegations of sexual harassment or sexual relations with learners, and there were issues of mismanagement of funds. So we want to know which one was she exonerated on. Two is that he resigned. Can you confirm that he resigned before they could conclude? Because that's what we were told. Because my follow-up question then would be, if I am alleged to have some sexual relations with learners, and before a disciplinary hearing could be concluded, I resign, why would the department trust the very same person and take them to another school? Especially in a province where statutory rape is very high. Because we were actually saying to the provinces when we met with them that your own statistics don't even align with the Department of Health statistics. The numbers you brought us, you said, no, we can report 70 incidences or 30 incidences of sexual harassment. Department of Health says more than 117 girls between the ages of 10 and 14 years gave birth in this province. So in a province where you've got such a high prevalence of statutory rape, why would, when a person runs away from accountability, because I would say it's running away from accountability. If I know I'm innocent, why don't I want to be proven innocent? Why would I resign? Even if I would not want to continue in the department, but I would want to live on a clean slate. And this is information that was provided to us by the department, because the person who was representing the department firstly confirmed that, yes, they resigned. And yes, they actually even said there were findings. Even if he resigned, there were findings. The principal was found guilty. So which one was he exonerated on? I think that one, maybe let's get clarity on that one. You have a follow-up as well?
Yeah, Chair, I just want to make sure I understood the MEC well, because I referred to slide 88, which said a support group for 6 learners who were sexually assaulted in one school. And he referred to 6 educators. And if he would have said it is 6 learners, my question was it learner on learner? Was it educator on learner? And if there was statutory rape? In that case, if I'm not mistaken, if you are found guilty, it's a criminal case, you can't run away even if you resign. But I want to know 6 learners assaulted in one school, not the 6 educators, the 6 learners in one school. on slide 88.
Can I take the first one, Chair? I will give it to the acting HOD, the one. Yes, Chairperson, you are spot on. He resigned during the course of the prosecution in terms of the Disciplinary Procedures Act internally, in terms of the Labor Relations Act in the department. He was exonerated on this side of the sexual harassment. Not exonerated per se, except that you don't have people coming back. There is a culture in the Eastern Cape of thinking that people can be prosecuted through TikTok. Because TikTok is not going to get into the disciplinary hearing process, nor any court of law, by the way. So you have got that problem in Kamata, and they escape immediately. They picked up that there is going to be this. He was found guilty on this financial one, but of course with this one, I'm not so sure of what was the verdict, acting HOD. But I can safely say, Chairperson, it's a culture that I think we are learning almost every day. Hence, I was saying earlier on. For example, let me take an example about J.S. Kenjan. One of the teachers there, which is alleged to be part of this case of sexual harassment, is coming from here. And upon our investigation, he resigned here when investigations were going on from the Western Cape. And there was no statutory reported case to the SAPS. And now then, Ukangwa, Eastern Cape, in terms of appointment, because there is no case. Now again is doing the same thing. And hence I was saying, Chairperson, there is a need of a well-structured plan of bringing the Criminal Act and Children's Act into the fore of basic education and the processes thereof. Because if you look in terms of how we conduct our business as basic education, we are only learning now that, by the way, principals should report cases of sexual harassment to the nearby police station. Is the SAPS ready to that? Let's cite an example of that report, Chairperson of St. John's College. To my surprise, the very same police station is saying, we don't want you, we wanted the victim to report the case. Which means it's a matter of governance now, generally, the machinery of governance, because I can come to you and report a case and then same government is saying, no, you're not the offended person. We wanted the person that is a victim. Now, hence I'm saying that's the state of vulnerability of the victims, how probably sometimes they don't want to testify and become witnesses. So we just needed to look into how best do we deal with this Children's Act and this Criminal Act, especially Section 110 or 111, so that you can be able to close that, and also Children's Act in terms of Section 54, how to deal with that particular question, so that you go beyond the prescripts and regulations of basic education and filter in the criminal component of these matters. Yes, Chairperson, you are correct. Department of Health reported 177 kids that have given birth at the age of 10 to 12 years. Quite alarming. Again, it talks to the issue of gender-based violence and femicide in the province. And those cases are cases that are coming directly from the households, which the Department of Social Development, MEC Funda, is working on them. Because when we're interacting with them, Social Development and Department of Health and Department of SAPS and Safety, we could see that there is a gap that has to be closed in terms of managing those things. But I'm safely saying, Chair, we are learning as the time goes on that there is a need of an integrated planning and integrated execution of some of the policies that are already there, so that government doesn't find itself to be wanting in some of these cases. In particular, this case that involves the Koffenwaba principal, because it's for the second time now. Alarms should have told us that this person could be a problem in the ecosystem of government. For example, the Ulwazi case, you have not asked it, but it's already in the media. For how long are you going to dismiss people for things that you should have avoided? The issue here is whether must you take this money to schools, knowing very well that there are no controls in schools. Because when you talk of the school nutrition budget, you are talking of 13 billion rand, Chairperson, in this country. It's 13 billion rand. And when you are talking school nutrition in the province of the Eastern Cape, you are talking 1.9 billion. That goes to school, not to us. That goes to school directly. So I'm saying you can't then have a 1.9 billion without instruments of financial management and controls. You rely solely on their own report and auditing processes. That no, we have gone to an audit as a school and the audit outcomes are indicating as such. You don't have your own instrument to verify whether the same audit company that was appointed to do so is of good quality to deal with that. So I'm saying that's the matter that is before the minister now to say, probably let's change the model, remodel the SNP in the country, remodel the SNP in some of the provinces that have not already taken contracts on, because that's another elephant in the room. Some provinces have already contracted. So even if you want to change the policy as a minister now, you can't, because some provinces have already moved in terms of the contracting on the school nutrition program. Some have not, like Eastern Cape is giving that money to schools. Schools are buying food for the kids. Another critical question: do they eat the food according to the menu? Who can testify that except the school? So it's a matter that I think needed a robust overhauling so that you can be able at least to defend the public purse and utilize the money of the public purse accordingly in a manner that at least is appreciated by Section 9 and Section 10 institution, your AG. Thank you so much, Chair.
The issue of the 6 learners vis-a-vis the 6 teachers, is it 6 teachers, 6 learners?
No, thank you, Chair. I think we need to clarify. There are 6 teachers. Actually, it's not 6 teachers. It's about 5 teachers and 1 admin clerk that are involved, that they were allegedly having sexual relationship with learners. So it's 6, 5 educators and 1 admin clerk. No, it's a wrong caption. Apologies for that, honorable member. Maybe to lay fears of the honorable members, we have put in systems in place to avoid the repetition of employees that comes or they offend in one province and come to Eastern Cape. Before we appoint any person now, we conduct personnel suitability checks, which includes vetting. In the past, that was never the case, because what happens is they don't get blocked from their province where they have offended. Now, when they come to present themselves, we don't have any tangible information that says this educator is running away from a transgression in another province. So now when recommended, then we are likely to appoint. But with this measure that we've put in place, we are confident, Honorable Chair, that before you get appointed, we take your fingerprints, we subject you to the sex offenders register and the child protection register, so that in the event that those registers they come back to say your name is on that register, then we don't appoint you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those responses. I think what we will do, MEC, as we round up, because there is some of the questions that we would want comprehensive written responses, especially where we want details on the consequence management plans on how you're going to deal with AG's findings. We would want a comprehensive written response that goes to details, that goes to timelines as well. So we'll outline that as well, so that we receive that within 7 working days. Limpopo, are you ready? We did receive the apology from the MEC of Limpopo. I did receive the apology. So HOD, over to you.
Oh, okay. I'm being advised to move to the next table. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet honorable members on the platform and honorable members in the House, as well as my colleagues from Basic Department of Education, colleagues from Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape, as well as my colleagues from the Department of Education Limpopo. I've been advised, Honorable Chair, that now that we have created a hybrid mode for the meeting, the Honorable MEC Lerule Makanya might be on the platform. I'm not sure if someone is able to check for us if she is. Yeah. Should I proceed? Yes. Oh, no, thanks. Maybe as I proceed, Honorable Chair, allow me to introduce my colleagues because I'm not alone. Next to me, the beautiful lady here is our CFO, Mema Tabata. I'm also accompanied by Ntate Mashaba, who is the DDG for corporate. If you can just raise your hands, Ntate Mashaba. And Ntate Kekana as well. He's responsible for strategic planning. Me Helani, who is executive manager. So we are a team of 5. In terms of the presentation, Honorable Chair, we have already shared our presentation with the House, and in terms of the overview of the presentation or the layout is as follows: purpose. Next one, it will be our strategic focus, programs, 2025 to 2030 strategic plan, strategic risks, 2025-2026 annual performance plan, Auditor General's South African recommendations and alignments, DBE stroke LDE concurrent functions, 2025-2026 budget, and bullying, and lastly, we will conclude. May I request through your indulgence, Chair, that in as far as the issues related to the budget is concerned, I hand over to the CFO after I would have spoken to all the other relevant slides. And maybe it is important that I must acknowledge our AG from the province, Mr. Odendal. He's in the House. Going back to the presentation, Chair, we just want to indicate that we derive our mandate from the Constitution, and the relevant section thereof is Section 29, subsection 1, which guarantees everyone the right to basic education. And in terms of the National Development Plan, we acknowledge the vision thereof, which is to access the highest quality of education and training which must lead to significant improvement learner performance. And in terms of our own vision and mission, as the Department of Education Limpopo, our vision is excellence in delivering inclusive, innovative, and transformative quality basic education. And our values are values of excellence, professionalism, innovation, and integrity. In as far as the strategic plan, we are indicating that we are actually aligned to the MTDP strategic priorities, which are related to the education sector. And our focus is on MTDP strategic priority number 2, which is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. In as far as the outcomes thereof are concerned, it's improved education outcomes and skills, as well as social cohesion and nation building. In terms of the schooling landscape, if we wish, Chair, we just want to indicate at a high level that as a province, we've got 10 districts of education. We've got 140 circuits, and also we've got 3,854 schools, and they are broken down as highlighted below in terms of the public service and independent schools. In terms of the learner enrollment, we are sitting at 1.8 million, inclusive of the independent schools. And we are further indicating that we've got 95% of our learners in the public schooling. In terms of the educators, we are indicating that we have got a total of 56,616 educators, and we have given the breakdown in terms of those who are paid by the state, which is 49,889, and the rest are paid by private entities. We are further indicating in terms of the district that we've got 7 districts that account for at least 80% of our learner population in the province. Chair, in terms of the programs that we are offering, there are 7, and I think it's a common course. I think I can proceed from this slide. The strategic plan targets, Chair, for 2025-2030, we have got 6 programs, which are 1, improved access to early childhood programs, improved levels of literacy and numeracy, improved learning outcomes across all grades, digital divide elimination, enhanced administrative capacity, governance, and financial management to support curriculum delivery, and lastly, quality school infrastructure and environment that inspires teaching and learning. And the outcome indicators are informed by those outcomes. I think the few ones that I can just talk to, in terms of the ECD, you would note that on 1.2, we are talking to the issue of increasing access to ECD programs. We are also talking to the issue of increasing the number of schools which must offer grade R African readers. Also importantly, I think, Chair, at 4, outcome indicator number 4, we are talking to the number of educators trained in digital skills, because the intention is that we must close the digital divide. On infrastructure, I think I can just indicate that we have got the number of schools, public ordinary schools, which we are providing, where we are improving infrastructure, that is. And lastly, I think I must just talk to the issue of metric, to indicate that our intention is to make sure that we have got almost 80% pass rate in this regard. In respect of coding on robotics, Chair, we are also at number 4, talking to that ambition of making sure that we provide coding and robotics in our schools. The strategic risks, I think we've got about 6 that we have identified, and the first one relates to ECD provision, and the mitigations thereof is that we want to develop standard operating procedures in order to address the need for maintenance plans in the ECD. And I think I must indicate that we are working collaboratively together with our Department of Public Works in this regard. In terms of risk number 2, which is ineffective delivery of quality ECD service. The mitigation thereof is that we will have continuous training of ECD practitioners and monitoring of effective implementation of the curriculum framework. On 3, improved learner outcomes across all grades. Our mitigation is that we will develop continuous professional development programs focused on innovative teaching and techniques, digital tools, mentorship opportunities for teachers to strengthen their capacity to deliver enhanced curriculum. Further, that we'll develop a robust monitoring and evaluation framework to track progress and analyze performance data to identify improved areas. And lastly, on this one, we will develop accountability mechanisms. On the digital divine risk, where we are saying that the risk is that there might be insufficient provision of ICD infrastructure. We are saying that we will expand infrastructure projects in rural areas, implement more targeted digital skills program, and explore partnerships for affordable device and internet provision, Chair, as you earlier alluded to. On number 5, the risk is incomplete foundational skills and competencies among learners across all grades due to lack of requisite skills and effective leadership within our school management. And we are therefore saying, as a mitigation, we will establish the standard for the appointment of school management teams to ensure that qualified and capable individuals are selected for leadership roles. And then as far as the inadequate implementation of governance frameworks is concerned as a risk, we are saying we'll identify the best practice frameworks that are inconsistently applied and ensure that we develop policies and standard operation procedures for their effective implementation. On number 6, the risk that we have identified is dilapidated school and administration infrastructure. And the mitigation is that we'll implement programs for maintenance and upkeep of schools and districts as well as second office. And this is the one area where I've said we're working internally with our public works. And also we'll do conversion of unused school buildings into administrative centers. In terms of the delays that we are experiencing with regard to delivery of the planned projects due to infrastructure backlogs, our mitigation thereof is that we'll conduct a condition assessment of all school infrastructure to determine their status quo and to translate their findings into a targeted program to address the identified gaps. Lastly, on the compromised safety and non-conducive environment for effective curriculum delivery, we are saying that as mitigation, we will prioritize provisioning of human resources to monitor the implementation of school safety framework, as well as to provide additional support services, which is counseling, tutoring, and remedial programs to address the socio-economic challenges affecting our learners. In as far as the 2025-2026 annual performance plan is concerned, we just want to indicate in a summary form, Chair, that we have earlier alluded to the fact that we have got 7 programs. Now, in terms of the standardized outcome indicators, we've got 28. In terms of the program indicators, we've got 17. The total of our indicators is actually 45. Allow me to just highlight a few of those from program 1. I think we can take note of SOI 101, which is on the issue of implementation or the use of SSMs by our schools. We are indicating that we confirm that that information system is important and we want all our schools, 3,606 of them, to utilize it. And I think the next one would be POI 101, where we're indicating the percentage of valid suppliers invoices paid within 30 days. We are committing ourselves to delivering 100% in this instance. And maybe on SOI 102, the number of public schools that are connected electronically, also we can just indicate that the number thereof is 3,606. On program 2, Chair, a few that I just need to highlight. The number of schools provided with multimedia resources, we have indicated the number thereof, which is 15. And I think on SOI 204, percentage of learners in schools that are funded at a minimum level, our commitment is to fund them 100%. And on SOI 206, the number of foundation phase teachers trained in numeracy and content and method is 2,000. We believe this is very critical as we improve foundational skills of our teachers. SOI 207, the number of teachers trained in mathematics, content and methodology, 2,600. I think also we can talk to the POI 201, the number of teachers trained in inclusion. We have got a target of 800 thereof. POI 204, number of teachers trained on ICT curriculum integration, is 5,000. I think we can proceed. The number of teachers trained in coding and robotics, we have a target of 500 there, Chair. And 208, percentage of grade 4 learners who can read with meaning. Interestingly, we had an engagement here with the Auditor General in the province on this one, but I think we will talk to it when we talk to the issues of alignment. On POI 209, number of qualified grade R to 12 educators aged 30 and below who are entering the service. We have a target of 2,500 in order to address the issue of overaged workshop program director. I think the number of, at POI 210, number of teachers provided with ICT devices, we have a target of 1,000, which remains a moving target, so to say, because the number, as you would have noted, is 56,000. So we have a mammoth task in this regard. Let's go to program number 3. SOI 301, percentage of registered independent schools receiving subsidies, we're intending to subsidize 100%. And the percentage on subsidized independent schools that we are monitoring and supporting, that is POI 301, it's 100% as well. I think on program 4, we can talk to the number, SOI 401, the number of learners in public special schools, 8,500 is our target. SOI 402, number of therapists and specialist staff in special schools, 112. This is a scarce skill as well, and it continues to elude us. But we believe that with the strategies that we have, working with our universities and the Department of Health, we should be able to succeed in this regard. On SOI 508, number of registered ECD center programs under this program is 3,255. And SOI 503, number of children accessing registered ECD programs, the number is 184,273. On program 5, I think we can just emphasize SOI 501, number of public schools that offer grade R, 2,350. I think we are doing well as a province in this regard. And then SOI 502, number of registered ECD programs, 3,255. And lastly, the number of children accessing registered ECD programs, it's 184,273,000. On program 6, which is about infrastructure, the most challenging one, I think we have targets in as far as the provision of water infrastructure is concerned. I'm talking to SOI 601. We also have targets in terms of sanitation. We have 100 there. That is in terms of SOI 603. And I think from there we can talk to maintenance, which is 605, number of public schools where subsidized maintenance project, rather scheduled maintenance project were completed. We have 15. I think we can proceed to the next program, which is program 7. On this one, Chair, SOI 701, percentage of learners who pass national senior certificate, our target is 86%. although it's when we articulate it, it's much more ambitious than that. We're actually talking 90%, because we want to make sure Eastern Cape that we are there at the top there with the big click. On 702, percentage of grade 12 learners passing at bachelor level, we're sitting at a target of 44%, and a percentage of grade 12 learners achieving 60% or more in mathematics, we're sitting at 20%. We do acknowledge that we've got challenges here, but we believe the training that we are offering our educators should come handy. SOI 704, percentage of grade 12 learners achieving 60% or more in physical science, our target is 20%, and the number of secondary schools with national senior certificate pass rate of over 60%, it's 1,200. I think in terms of the AG recommendations for 2025-2026 annual performance plan, Chair, we must indicate that we have had engagement in this regard, and the issues of completeness as raised were as follows. Number one, in terms of the APP on the NSNP as well as scholar transport, we have agreed that the two programs must be included in the APP. What we are then going to do is to engage DBE and make sure that we finalize this matter and process it accordingly through the provincial legislature. And then on grade 4 learners who can read with meaning, that is POI 208, it was corrected. The issue there was that there was an omission of the numerator and the denominator as a way of calculating the technical indicator definition. So this one has been addressed. Additional points, they relate to the targets, that in a situation where you've got a target that is for Q4, we need to track or show how we're implementing it throughout Q1, Q2, Q3. We must not only say it will reflect at Q4. I think we welcome that. But also in terms of trainings that we are conducting, the AG raised an issue that we need to make sure that we provide, we must make sure that when we conduct these programs, we must make sure that our technical indicators, our MOVs, that is means of collecting evidence, and records must actually be properly maintained. And also on the issue of monitoring and evaluation unit, the capacity thereof, we have agreed that we will strengthen that unit in order to make sure that they are able to undertake physical verification of all the reported achievements. We have also been requested to talk to the concurrent functions between ourselves as the Department of Education in Limpopo, sister departments, as well as DBE. And we have identified 4 areas. The first one relates to the BEEI project, where we are indicating our role, which is to ensure that we recruit and process compensation, whilst the DBE is responsible for funding. In terms of sports, we're in collaboration with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the province. Our role is to ensure that there's proper coordination and participation, but also to ensure that we fund the activities. They are also helping us as Department of Arts and Culture in the province in terms of funding some of the activities. On 3, we are talking to the conditional grants, 7 of them from that we are working together with the DBE, and our role is to ensure that they are implemented. We've got very clear business plans and reporting lines. I'm not sure what's happening now. Technicians, can you please quickly? Is this the one? I'm not sure why. Cancel. I'm not sure. Can you? Cancel. Oh, cancel. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's the laptop. Unless if we use yours. But here, let me see. Huh? No. It's a wrong one. No, it's not this one. My apologies, Chair. All right, thanks. I think we're back on track. Yeah, we were just indicating that on the conditional grants, our role is to ensure that they are implemented. We develop clear business plans and also reporting mechanisms. The last one is on curriculum delivery, where we're collaborating with DBE, which is responsible for curriculum policy framework and monitoring, and ours is also to ensure that we develop learner performance plans and implementation of the framework. As agreed, I will leave the budget section to the CFO. I want to go to bullying, the presentation on bullying. On bullying, Honorable Chair, what we are indicating is to acknowledge that indeed this is a serious social ill that is permeating in our schools, and its magnitude, unfortunately, it's not always easy to, measure. But we are saying there are visible bullying activities and those that are not visible. For an example, cyberbullying is visible, but emotional bullying is not always visible. And we are indicating that many people really do not necessarily understand the manifestation of bullying, and that is why it is important that we must ensure that there is training. We are indicating on the next slide that bullying involves it involves repeatedly picking on someone with the aim of hurting or harming them physically, emotionally, or socially. It also, to a great extent, involves the imbalances of power, Honorable Chair. And we are further saying that there are many types of bullying: physical, verbal, sexual, non-verbal, and those that are actually social. And the ramifications are that, to some extent, it leads to a situation where a learner may drop out of school, or a learner may commit suicide, or even commit crime against another learner, which is sparked by anger as such. And we are therefore saying it is important for the authorities at the level of the school and everywhere else to ensure that we take decisive action to combat this bullying by implementing the relevant code of conduct and legislative provisions that are there. We are just indicating at bullet 2, Chair, that in terms of the awareness campaigns that we have undertaken, we have had a lot of radio talk shows where we're engaging with our educators and governance structures. But we have also lobbied our social partners who are also assisting us to conduct advocacy in this particular regard. And that this year we worked together, or we had a partnership with Njabulo Media, which visited 10 of our schools to showcase a movie called Dark Beauty around Capricorn District, which deals with issues of bullying. Several radio talk shows with Tobela FM, Energy FM, community stations such as Tefliop, Muleji, Sohosese, Beckersford, etc. were held. So that has enabled us to reach millions of audience in our province and elsewhere in the last 5 years. In terms of the other initiatives, we are just indicating that we do collaborate with SAPS, Department of Social Development, Love Life, and Tamativa Foundation. We have conducted anti-bullying awareness campaigns across all our 10 districts. And further, that a total of 58 high burden schools participated in these programs, reaching about 7,500 learners. We have trained also 600 learners across the 10 districts during a program called Peer Education Guidelines Workshop. And in addition, we have also hosted radio talk shows on SAB's 3FM combo, which is Monkana, Lunene, Tobela FM, and Palafala FM, featuring 12 learners from secondary school and 1 special school across 3 districts to engage on debate of bullying as well as mental health. In terms of the policies that we have, Chair, we're indicating that we've got safety school policies, and in these policies, the issue around bullying is highly pronounced. And further that in terms of the transgressions that are reported in our schools, our SGBs do activate disciplinary actions which may lead to expulsion of a learner in instances where the activity of bullying is regarded to have been very serious. In terms of the statistics, we're indicating there on that slide, you would note in terms of 2024, Chair, that we have reported 54 cases, which was the highest compared to the other previous years. And for this year, 2025, we have only reported 11, which may be a sign that our campaign strategies are actually having a positive impact. In terms of cyberbullying, cases of cyberbullying, we have recorded 10 last year, which again, it's the highest compared to the other previous years. This year, it's only 1. Emotional bullying also last year, we recorded 7, the highest compared to other previous years. This year, it's only 1. Gender-related, last year it was 6, this year it's only 1. Homophobic, last year it was 5, this year we've recorded 2 up to this far. And then physical bullying, last year it was 8, this year we haven't recorded any of such. Racist-based bullying, last year it was 7, this time it's only 2. Violence bullying, 11 last year, this year we have 4. And on that note, that then brings us to the presentation on bullying. I'm going to request the CFO, Mema Tabata, then to talk to issues related to the budget. Let me just quickly take you through the correct slide. Over to you, Ma. Through you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MECs and colleagues. I'm going to take you through the budget, and just to indicate that our budget is aligned to our APP. And when we look at our budget, the greater share is from the equitable share, which is 89%, and conditional, it's 9%. So here we are indicating that on the outer year, I'm going to talk of the medium-term estimates for 2025-26, the equitable share, it's 37,887,751 billion, and the conditional grant is 38,46963. And when we go to the allocations, we indicate that for math, science, and technology, it's 52,584 million, and for national school nutrition grant, it's 1,847,963. And just to indicate that with the national school nutrition, the department is supporting the schools, but there's a certain portion that for other schools where we send the money direct to school, and it's a pilot on that one. Then on learner with profound intellectual disability, it's 37,896 million. And even in this instance, there's a certain budget that is sent to schools. Then EPW incentive grant is 15,847. And previously we had EPW's social sector grant, but now they have consolidated the amount, hence we only have one incentive grant there. Then for education grant, it's 1,567,199. Then for HIV/AIDS, it's 29,504 million. And for early childhood development, it's 295,968. Then the department receipts, it's 794,721. Then when we go to, my apology, when we go the summary for program and economic classifications, we've got 7 programs: administration, it's 2641693. And for public ordinary, which is having the most budget, is 35034,166. And for independent school subsidies, it's 175,500 million. Then for public special schools, it's 990,651. Then for early childhood, it's 990,651. Then for infrastructure, it's 169,2385. And for examination and education, it's 1,219,252 billion. Then when we come to the economic classification, compensation for employees, which is the greatest budget for the department, is 325900. Then for goods and services, it's 4421887. And when you compare it with the 2024-25, you'll see that it has decreased, and it's because that we wanted to align and make sure that on the COE, we are able to pay for our COE. Then provinces and municipalities.
CEO, I think on the budget, we really just want you to give us an executive summary.
Okay.
So tell us how much you have as your allocation, what are your pressures, what are the deficits? So we really just want an executive summary because we do have the numbers in the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give a brief, but unfortunately it won't be on the slide. I'm not sure whether I'll be allowed to do that. Okay.
We do have the numbers, so we want you to tell us the story of your finances.
Okay. No, thanks very much. Just to indicate that on the administration, there's an annual increase of 16.2%, and for public administration is 4.9%. For independent schools is 4.5%, and for special schools it decreased to 6.5%, and for early childhood it has increased to 30.3%, and infrastructure 4.2%, and examination 2025. Then I'm going to give the observation. The overall budget has been increased by 5.9%. year on year from 40.145 billion revised into 42.529 billion in 2025-26. Then for public ordinary education received a share of 82.4%. And administration, there's a yo-yo increase of 15.2%. Is due to reprioritization of budget. COE item receives an amount of 366 million from program 2 public ordinary schools to address shortfall emanating from revised organizational structure, high vacancy rate. Then for public ordinary school, the increase of 5.7 in 2022-26 is due to fiscal sustainability allocation received. Then for ECD, shows an increase of 30%. The ECD conditional grant allocation increased by 24.5 from 238 million to 295 million in 2025-26. Stipends for ECD practitioners has been adjusted upward as per their qualification from 8,192 to 13,000 and 16,000 per month. Then the infrastructure showed a decline of 0.3% due to decline in infrastructure conditional grant. Then compensation of employees increased by 8.2%. The funding for the first and second year is more than the CPI guideline in order to be able to cover headcount costs, including salary increase and pay progression to be implemented. Goods and services decreased by 9.8 and fluctuate to an increase of 4.4. The yo-yo and decrease and low growth rates for the outer years are below the guideline of the CPI. Then transfers increased by 8.2%. Then payment of capital showed an increase of 7.3% in 2025-26. I'll stop here, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, HOD and the team. Questions from the platform? Honorable Van der Walt, do you have any questions? Okay, let's start with yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'll have enough time, so I'll also try and keep it in bullet point form. My very first question is on special needs schools. And I think, as I said previously, Chair, you and I both come from Limpopo, so there's no place to hide. Okay? What's happening at our special needs schools? Because the ones I know about, and I can mention them and read you your own reports on each one of them if you want me to, is in shambles. Most of them should be closed down by the Human Rights Commission. And if you want me to really spell out, Chair, I will. But I think the department should be honest. I've written them all down here. There's a report on them, Ravoni Chilwa, Vishuku, Susan Strydom, Tushanang, special needs. You can go back to Settle Tolwani, who's been moved from Gamatlala to Muti, and now again vandalized and what. It's not good. And these are the schools that, when we have our matric results, used to produce the best learners for those disabled schools. So I'm not impressed with what's happening there. But give us an overall brief on what is happening and why are those schools in such a bad shape. Never mind the LTSM to that schools and other schools. You cannot do that to children who is the most vulnerable in our society. And that's for all the provinces where they are, not only Limpopo. It's not acceptable. Chairperson, and also the issue about, the budget allocation, of course, to that, and the hostels and the situation there, and the staff in the hostels. But also we're going for ECDs. And somewhere I read how many ECD learners we expect. It's about 184,000, if I'm right, and we only have, I think it's on slide 23, and we can just go back to that now to see how many classrooms or teachers or whatever there is for those learners. Chair, I can just go to slide 23. It speaks for this financial year, the number of public schools that offer grade R is 2,350, but we have 184,000, almost 300 learners in that sector. Also, how does the LTSM, but also in the National Schools Nutrition Program, how is that going to cope with this? And I don't think you have to go very far back. We were here when the migration from social development came here. I can tell you, you needed 10,000 teachers and so many classrooms, what. We know that history. We want to know how is it affecting this province with that. Chair, the other thing is the scholar transport. Just before I continue, is it now with your department or still with transport? With you? Okay. How do you monitor that? I stood in Modimoli the other morning watching trucks doing wrong things. And guess what? Opposite the primary school, transport people stopped and 13 children popped out of a very small car. Another car came around, 17 learners. So I don't want to waste my time and go to schools to watch how people are transported, our learners. That's your job. But latrines. As far as I recall, there was a report that all the pit latrines under the previous MEC were eradicated. I'm not sure if that's 100% correct. You can correct me. And then we changed to the VIP system, am I right? So here's my question. On the VIP, because this province have an illness about maintenance of anything, please tell me how the chemicals get to every school, by whom, and how does the order system work? Because I will take you to the border of Tabazimbi, Northern Lepalale, around there with another country, and you tell me if you will go into that toilet, because I won't. But we expect teachers and learners to go in there. It is so smelly. It doesn't help you upgrade, in a way, from a pit latrine to a VIP, but it can't be, there's no maintenance on it. They need stuff to stay healthy in those toilets. Chair, I made so many notes because I get actually very angry. And then we are building classrooms on one of the slides to accommodate the new grade R's, I think. It's 15, if I read correctly. So are we building them or are we going to use mobile units? And then we have some agri schools in an agri-dominant province. Is there no way you're using those schools? I know they're in a mess too, but can't you do something to assist with the school nutrition program on basic things for them, you know, as practical to deliver to other schools? Because Limpopo is very warm. You can go up to 42, 44 degrees now in summer, January around there, or even now. And we do not have the capacity at schools to keep our veggies or our fruit in good shape. So we sometimes, at some places, not all, I must give credit where it's due, but in some places we're giving children a pumpkin that's so hard, ek kan jou net so met 'n baksteen voer. Can't do that. Shouldn't be like that. So the order system is wrong. So you order now and it stands there for weeks. Chairperson, I really have so many things. The bullying and the pregnancy. Please tell us what is your pregnancy figure? How many of those learners are in our special needs schools? What are the age groups? How many are dropping out? How many is coming back? And how do we assist them with whatever, I don't know, programs, counselors, social workers, to make sure our learners in Limpopo don't all flee to Gauteng. They have to live there, they have to look after their families. Chair, I'm going to stop there. There's a lot of AGSA, the AGSA report and stuff that I know you will also ask. But special needs schools in Limpopo neglected.
On the platform, Honorable Law. Honorable Law, on the platform.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I don't know if I'm audible now.
Yes, you're audible. We can hear you, Honorable Law.
Thank you, Chair. Let us welcome the presentation from the Limpopo Department of Education as they presented their annual performance plan. I think, Chair, this document serves as a critical framework that is guiding educational priorities, resource allocation and performance tackling in the province. However, Chair, we analyze this APP, it is important for us to recognize that while it demonstrates alignment with the constitutional mandate and national priorities, it falls short in several key areas that could hinder the realization of its transformative potential. I'm making this because, Chair, we should know the importance of aligning the importance of what we put in documentation to realities. And I think the Limpopo Department is facing enduring systematic challenges, including inadequate infrastructure, a shortage of qualified educators, poor foundational literacy and numeracy outcomes, Chair, in my analysis, and an insufficient attention to safety and psychosocial issues such as bullying, Chair, when I've analyzed the presentation and when one go deeper into the annual report that one could have read. Without addressing these foundational gaps, Chair, the APP is becoming a series of aspirational targets rather than actionable and measurable improvements in our education system, Chair. And I would want to speak about, firstly, Chair, on the inadequate infrastructure. The APP acknowledged infrastructure as a high-risk area but lacks a detailed delivery plan. There is a need for us to put a detailed delivery plan so that we're able to know how we're going to either ultimate it and we're going to mitigate and be able to close the gap of this particular the infrastructure that is at high risk. And the system suffers from significant infrastructure backlogs, including unsafe sanitation facilities and dilapidated school buildings. Chair, they should be improved. That's what I'm saying. There's a need for a detailed plan. And when I was speaking foundational literacy and numeracy, the APP does not prioritize early reading and literacy, despite evidence indicating safety.
Honorable Law.
I think we lost him there.
Okay, Honorable Law, we lost you on the last few questions, but do submit them to Mr. Brown so that we can share them in the meeting. I think to Limpopo, there is one key issue that I think you'd need to respond to us. One of the findings of the AG concerned a project, I think it's a safe initiative that had to do with pit latrine toilets. And the findings was that the DPE had already appointed, I think, contractors to do that project, but you as a province also appointed your own contractors to do the very same project. I don't know if I'm capturing it correctly, but it was one of the findings. And DPE was sort of putting or saying it's a fault of Limpopo, because they came to us, they wanted us to assist them with this project. When we appointed a contractor, they also appointed a contractor. I don't remember the details. I'll look at the details of the number of toilets that were supposed to be built. Now, my question is, because DPE was essentially saying the problem was Limpopo, we want to know, how did you arrive at that decision? Give us the details of that issue, because it was one of the audit findings that DPE had. And in their own response, they said, no, it's not our problem. We were not at fault. Limpopo was at fault. And that questioned the relations between, or the so-called concurrent function between DPE and yourselves. So you'd really need to take us through that issue. Now, what I want to also know is that with all the conditional grants, in terms of the conditional, have you ever had issues of non-spending of any conditional grant in the past 2 financial years? Is there any conditional grant that the province was unable to spend 100%? And what were the reasons? Now, you speak about your target for the NSC exams. So it's 86.1. And what was your achievement? What was the actual achievement last year? Because, well, if I recall, it was somewhere around 85. So you only planned to improve by 1%. Why would you? Because if it was 85, actually it was 85%, 85.1, and it was an increase. It was a 5% improvement from the previous academic year, which was good, very good, something to celebrate. And if you're performing that well, why would you target to just improve by 1% in this current academic year? Now, the issue of ECDs, I think it's across all provinces. The access, increase of access, especially also because Limpopo is also a rural province. The issue of professionalization of grade R teachers and ECD practitioners, it doesn't come in the presentation. The issue as well of your, what is this thing? forgot it. I'll remember it. I'll remember it. But those were the issues. The subsidies that you provide, you're saying you subsidize independent schools. Now, we would also want to get some form of an understanding on the number of schools that the independent schools that you subsidize, because already we've seen how much you spend on subsidizing the independent schools. So which independent schools are these ones that you're subsidizing? Because we would really want to understand the rationale in terms of how you are constrained with funds, how there is constraints in the public schools that we are directly responsible for, but we still want to subsidize independent schools. So it will be very important for us to understand your rationale in choosing to spend this money on there. You are saying your plan is to build 18 technical vocational stream schools, or convert. Now, what is your baseline? So currently, how many do you have in the province? The last one, I think, is the same question that we asked. Do you have any projects? You spoke about infrastructure projects where you've got backlog. And Eastern Cape did not give us a response on that one. We want that response in writing. The number of infrastructure projects, schools that have been built or they are under construction and it has been years. They've actually surpassed their delivery date. And how many are those? And what are the plans in place to mitigate that? I'll leave it here for now. And Honorable Law, not back yet. Okay, let's respond to those ones. We will take his written questions. And I fully agree. I think what Honorable Van der Walt raises about special needs school. We did a visit to Situtulane special needs school. And what Honorable Van der Walt is describing as the conditions, that's what we found. That is honestly a true reflection of what we found. I would have visited that school only, and we did say we need you to turn the situation around. And there were clear recommendations that we made that we said you must respond to. And we hope that you've responded to those. I think we would actually, as a matter of a resolution as a committee, would want to see, receive a report on how you've intervened in the conditions of the special needs schools in the province. I think that is it's a very important issue, and would want to see how you've dealt with that. Well, one is impressed by the level of awareness campaigns and advocacy that you've done on bullying, on anti-bullying. But we also want to know if all your schools, all of them, have anti-bullying, comprehensive anti-bullying strategies that also are strategies that have been engaged, or that have been there was advocacy with parents, with the community around surrounding the schools. So we want to know that part, but I think you are indicating that there is a serious advocacy, there is serious awareness and campaigns that are being undertaken by the province to deal with the issue of bullying. Let's respond to those ones.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair, and other honorable members for the questions raised. I'm going to firstly request my colleagues to respond to some of the questions, but I think you were clear that on some, definitely you'll need a detailed report in that regard, which I think will also give us an opportunity to make sure that we are able to respond with facts. Yeah, I think having said, I'll come back and maybe just highlight the ones that I think will require a written response. But then let me maybe allow my colleagues to take a bite on few of the questions. Maybe let me start with you, Tate Kikana, Tate Mashawa, in that order. Tate Kikana first, Tate Mashawa. Through you, Chair.
All right, thanks, HOD, and good morning, good day to the honorable members. Honorable Van der Walt, good morning to you. No, thank you very much. I'm going to respond to some of the questions. Honourable Van der Walt, indeed, the question on what we are doing with special schools, it is receiving priority, but I will just try to summarize it a bit. We have noted that indeed there is more than one school that has infrastructural problems. Now, and just focusing on infrastructural issues, what we have done is that we want to come up with a comprehensive plan to address all of them, not just the ones that you would have picked up. Obviously, you wouldn't have been able to pick all of them. So we have appointed a service provider who's doing conditional assessment, but we have said they must start with the special schools. I think the exercise is already done. They are doing conditional assessment on all our schools, but we said they need to start with special schools. So they have done that, and that is then going to assist us to come up with a comprehensive plan on how to deal with them. However, I can mention the ones that I know they are of interest to the members. Obviously, Chairperson, the first one being Stutulwani. Indeed, as members are aware that the site that you are talking about is a temporary site where they are while we are building them a more formal structure. So that process to build them a formal structure is still ongoing. However, since your visit to the school, what we did, we had our technical people going to just check what it is that we needed to do. Then we discovered that actually we can't just repair here and there. We need to do a much more comprehensive repair of the school. And the rationale behind it was that even when the special school is going to move, that facility will still be used by the circuit, because we don't just want to make it a makeshift a repair. But in the meantime, we have recently delivered mobile classrooms to them. You remember, Chairperson, when you were there, there was a problem with the mobile classrooms that were there. Some of them had holes and whatever. So those we have replaced. They have received new mobile classrooms. The issue of the principal, I think we did indicate previously that currently the current principal is doing a handover. She's leaving early next year. So the principal who was there previously, on whom we have reported that there were some challenges as he didn't understand the sector. They are working very closely now with the principal who's going to leave, so that there's going to be a smooth transition come the beginning of the year. Our concern was this critical part of the school year, the closing of the schools and the reopening, because if you miss one of them, you have a problem. So they are currently working together to ensure that when ultimately she leaves, then the principal will be able to continue. But now coming back to the issue of the infrastructure there, so the contractor has been appointed, and we believe that he's going to start soon, but the contractor has been appointed, and they are going to then make sure that all these issues that we raised on infrastructure as Sotulwani, they are going to be addressed. The other matter that I can just quickly talk to, there was a question about, I'm not sure if maybe I got it correctly, but on the ECD, the number of ECD and the number of classrooms. The classrooms we are talking about is for grade R in schools. And you remember that we have been saying that as far as grade R in public schools is concerned, as a province, we haven't really had a big problem, because that matter was dealt with some years back. So basically, we just have a few. I think the last number, I can't remember whether we said we had 6 or 7, but it's a very few schools that don't have grade R that we are dealing with. So this one that we are talking about here, about the additional classrooms, is just to cater for those ones that are already having grade R in their schools, but they are having a problem with the infrastructure. The additional numbers that we are talking about, these are for grade R that are not in public schools, your ECD, the one that we have now inherited. So there is, I think, on the APP, there is an indicator that indicates the number of learners in ECD centers. It's not about grade R. So then what we are saying is that we want to ensure that we do proper advocacy so that the number increases. And that number that you are seeing there is what we will realize from our advocacy in our communities to make them understand the importance of having learners in grade R. And therefore, that will also then address the next question that you had, I think, Honorable Van der Walt, about if I got it correctly, how our NSNP program will then cope with the numbers. As I said, it's two different sections. So the NSNP will not be affected because currently the NSNP is catering for the learners who are in grade R in public schools. But otherwise, the ones that are ECD, there we don't provide NSNP for them except the normal funding that they receive. Then there was a question on how we are monitoring scholar transport. We have noted there are multiple challenges because scholar transport, the problem starts from the time, or the program starts from the time when you appoint the service provider for the whole life cycle of the project. Now, at the time when we appoint, I don't think we really have a problem that much because the conditions are very clear, the type of vehicles they must give us and the documents, and that we are going to have them inspected. They go for roadworthiness certificate. So most of the times at that stage, we don't really have a problem. We had some problems some years back, but that has now been resolved, where people were giving us motorbikes and you find that the native certificate was actually fraudulent. So currently what we are doing is that before the bid adjudication committee finalizes the appointment, we have access and collaboration with the Department of Transport, who will print us the latest native certificate, which then will indeed confirm that this vehicle that we are contracting on is the one that the Department of Transport knows. So currently at that stage, we don't have a problem. But then what we have seen going forward, two things emerge. Some routes are so uneconomic that the service providers are not interested in bidding for them. So you advertise and they are not interested. Either the road is so bad that their vehicles will not last, or it's so short that for them it doesn't make sense to bring a vehicle and then put it there just for 10 kilometers. So they just say, no, it's not economic. On that one, we have tried to engage with the service providers where we have sort of like agreed on a remuneration, a tariff model to try to compensate for those. It looks like we are sort of like agreeing, but it has not addressed the issue of the roads that are not good for their vehicles. So for those ones, what we then do is that we then allow the districts to procure service providers on quotation. So they get quotations. And this is normally where now the problem happens, because now they are under pressure, the learners have not been having transport, and many people are not interested. You find that the one who comes is the one that is available at that stage. And you then pick up later that the vehicle is not in a good condition. And at one stage, we even had to use our own buses that were for special schools that were not being used at the time to go and alleviate the pressure somewhere. So that is the area that we acknowledge is still a problem, and we are working with our districts to see how we can tighten up the controls there. The third one is now where the bus that was contracted is correct. Down the line, the person decides to change. So we contracted the correct thing, now he decides to change, he uses a different bus. We now have instructed our principals that they may not be able to do a technical evaluation of the bus, but at least they can do some visual inspection. Is the number plate the correct one, because they know who their service provider is? The number of learners that come out of that bus, are they in line with what was contracted? Is the bus coming on time? Is it stopping where it's supposed to stop? So those type of things are the ones that we are saying the school principals or somebody they will delegate should be able to see. The more technical work, we do have a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Transport. The problem that we have realized, and indeed they are assisting, but unfortunately we have got over 800 routes, and they've just said it's just not possible that every morning on each of those routes we will stand there and inspect. But they do monitor where they can monitor, where there are areas where we indicate to them that these are high traffic areas, they do monitor those ones. So by and large, on scholar transport, I think that is really the main or the main issues that we are having. Then the next one, I think, okay, I've dealt about the issue of grade R classrooms. On the issue of using, if I got it correctly, if I miss it, I think the colleagues will then add. I think there was an issue about using agricultural schools to supply NSNP, if I got it correctly, yes. Yes, it's a model we are pursuing. The challenge, I think, currently is that the ones that are designated as agricultural focus schools, there are few. We only have 8. There are those that are aspiring to be and that we are supporting, and we do have a team in the province, and it will also address, I think, Chairperson, you asked about the technical schools. So that committee is looking at all the focus schools, agriculture, technical schools, and province, in the province and in the country, if I'm not mistaken, they talk about the mining academy and mining schools. But we are saying, as far as we are concerned, we have schools that offer technical subjects that can be aligned with the technical field in their area. So if it's a mining school, then they will be offering technical subjects in line with the mining school, with the mines. The plan in the province is that over the 7th term of administration, we must have increased the total number by 50. We must have increased the total number by 50. Currently, as members are aware, we have 8 agricultural schools. We have got 10 technical schools. So the numbers that you see, it's working towards making sure that come the end of the 7th term of administration, would have increased the total number by 50. And I think if there is a need for a more detailed explanation on the process and what it is that we are doing, because we do have a detailed list. We know the schools that are almost there. They just need 1, 2, 3. We have done an audit. We know if they want to be a technical school, what type of infrastructure should they have. So it's a more detailed report that we can give. And it will, that report will then cover these areas, as to how we will increase. But coming back to the question, on agricultural schools, yes, this is one of the projects that we are looking at now to say, how can they use their facility, their small gardens to supply the schools around. Certain schools are already doing it for their own NSNP, which means they don't really have to struggle with NSNP. And maybe just to finalize on this one is that we do have an agreement with a working agreement, that the formal agreement is about to be finalized with the Department of Agriculture, whereby they then support our agricultural schools. The agreement is already there, but we just need it formalized in the sense of now expanding it beyond what is currently happening. Yeah, I think I have covered. CFO, you'll deal with the issue of the underspending on conditional grants, and I just want to... Chairperson, I'm not sure if maybe we got it correct, but maybe I can just indicate, you'll correct me if I got it wrong. Our target for the 6th term of administration for grade 12 was 80% for the term. And our actual performance was 86.01 for the 6th term. Now, for this term, I'm sure it was reflected on the slide. For this term, our target is 90%.
Is it what you have there?
Over the term, yes.
No. What you had there was 86.1. What was that?
Yes, no, I'm coming to that, Chairperson. I was saying for the term, it's 90%. So our LDP will say 90%. But at the time, for 5 years, yes. So to get to that, what we then did at the time was to look at the increase, and your point is valid, Chairperson, we agree on that one. And probably you'll see that sometimes when we will be talking about what is currently happening, the numbers might actually grow up because what we do, to get to that 86, we want each district to come up with their own targets based on their performance last year, the interventions they've put in place, and what is currently happening. And we are confident that, yes, we will surpass that 86.
Mara, my issue is not that. My issue is you had your target. You are saying your target in the 6th term was 80%, right? You achieved 85%. You achieved 86. You're saying you achieved 86.1.
86.01, yes.
Exactly. So what is your NSC target this year, this academic year? The ones that are going to be announced in January 2026. What's your target?
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. No, yes, that is what you observed is correct. That target.
So you are under targeting. That's what I'm asking. Because you want to be overachievers. I'm saying if you are, you're saying it was an improvement. Last year you had an improvement of 5%, correct?
Yes.
Now how do you then target to just improve by 1% when you've improved last year? Because that's a trend. You should be able to say, no, we're doing very well. Then maybe our target must be 90%. Why is it not 90%? Do you understand what I'm getting at? What is your target now? Because it can't be 86. If you are at 85, you are just planning. It means when your plan, your entire plan as a province, the whole year, was that we must just improve our performance by 1%. Was that the plan?
Well, Chair, I think as my colleague has said, your point is valid. At the strategic planning in Tatekekana, you'll recall, we debated this issue. And we were caught between whether we must declare 90% given our last year's performance. Maybe we must say the trend is that we are experiencing almost a 5% annual increase. Maybe we should then be bold enough and say, let's move from 85 to 90%. But we said, no, it might not work out because we are still trying to make sure that we strengthen our accountability systems and performance systems. So maybe let's be cautious, rather project 90 over a medium term, rather than for now. But I think it's an issue that we
you are putting your target so low when you know you've got potential to actually achieve something higher. And I don't understand it, because then you want to be on the safe side, to be able to say, well, that was our target anyway.
No. In reality, that's not what we're doing here. We're working around the clock to make sure we receive 90%. And yeah, thanks. You can proceed.
Sorry. Okay. I think I've covered. I just want to see the ones that I still need to cover. As I said, I think CFO will talk about the conditional grants. We've talked about the grade 12 percentage. There was a question, I think it was from you, Chairperson, about if I got it correct, the professionalization of ECD and grade R practitioners. Yes, we do have a program in place. On the grade R, I think members will remember when we were presenting on implementation of the BELA. One of the issues that we spoke about there was the number of underqualified grade R practitioners. We have about 300, 350, I can't remember the exact term. And then we were willing to take them for studies, but others were advanced in age. They just said, no, it won't make sense. We are almost towards the end of pension. But 100 of them agreed. So 100 have been provided with bursaries to increase their qualifications. And then on the ones that are, these are for grade R practitioners in public schools. The ones that are in ECD centers, we do have a program that we started last year or early this year with the ETDP SETA to provide training for our ECD practitioners. So we are going to be continuing with it. So this will basically help them to upgrade themselves so that they are at least at the level where they are able to not just be caregivers, but to offer curriculum to these young ones. And yeah, I think I've covered those that I can cover. I don't know, Ntate Kakana, if you want to add something.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the 3 provinces officials and AGSA. Just to talk to 2 issues, Chairperson, the one on pregnancy statistics in our public schools. We are currently conducting an assessment. We have partnered with the Department of Health as well as the Department of Social Development. We have identified the hotspots where we're having schools with high number of such pregnancies, and we are going to launch an awareness program through the Honorable MEC to at least minimize or mitigate these numbers. And this is going to take place in December or just before the schools close. And we will provide a detailed report in that regard. And secondly is the issue of our, the conditions, the infrastructure conditions of our special schools. We have identified all the schools that are in need of either the upgrade or the maintenance or new infrastructure altogether for these special schools. As we speak, we are conducting an assessment, and fortunately or coincidentally, our Portfolio Committee on Education in the province is taking visits to all our special schools to establish the conduciveness of the conditions of our infrastructure, and we will be providing that detailed report as well. And just to also indicate that there was a report which was provided, and I think it was to yourselves on the number of projects. Oh, okay, it was to the Department of Basic Education on the number of schools infrastructure projects that have passed their completion dates and are still under construction. We will just retrieve that information. Unfortunately, it's on the laptop that we are currently using for presentation, but we do have the numbers of those that are outstanding. And we also have those that have been left by construction companies. They've just decided to leave them, but they are very few, and we have taken a decision to actually report them to National Treasury as service providers that are not able to perform. So that report has already been provided to both our Portfolio Committee in the province and also to DBE, but we will avail that report to yourselves. Thanks.
So who was building those projects? Was it Department of Public Works? Were they built through the Department of
Yes, it's through the Department of Public Works, but there are those that are... Yes, yes. Okay.
Sorry, Chairperson, before we pass, I think there is one aspect I thought we should mention on the infrastructure of special schools. The special school that is of interest in the province, Tushanang, we have a serious problem there, Chairperson. When we're trying to figure out why is there a problem there, we personally went just to see what is happening. Then we realized the problem is the area itself, that township where it's built. I don't know why they allowed the township to be built there. Because the houses there have cracks, there is just underground water, and for you to build a structure there, you really need to come up with a different building method. You can't just build a normal school, because most of the buildings there are new, but they were never inhabited, because once they were just about to hand them over, cracks appeared. They got engineers, they got people to come and see if they can change the foundation. After some time, the cracks appeared. So ultimately, Department of Labor said, no, you can't use them. And that is why currently, it's only a few buildings that are being used, but we have now provided them with mobile classrooms that they are using. So we are trying to figure out, and with our infrastructure people, if there is a different building technique that we can use for that area. Maybe use what they are using in areas where they've got floods constantly, or areas where they've got earthquakes, but you can't use a normal method. Otherwise, it means you must just move that school and go and build it somewhere else. So yes, there is a serious problem there which we must address. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, we do have a conditional grant which was not 100% utilized. The one that did have a high underspending was MST, and we also have HIV, and EIG, it was 99%. But just to indicate that in most instances, it was because of COE, whereby you would find that people, more especially in the infrastructure, where if you hire a QS, the salaries of government are not competitive to private sector. So you might hire a person and only to find in a month or so he leaves the employment. But with MST, yes, we had challenges with procurement, but at the end we wanted to transfer funds to schools, but it was too late and we couldn't gazette the transfers. And which HIV, it's similar, where you find that officials will resign, more especially who are based at schools. But this year we have actually came up with a process whereby it was indicated that let's have a list, a panel, whereby if somebody goes out of the system, then immediately we can have people who can replace those who have left. Then the other one, I think it was on independent schools, just to indicate that we've got 167 subsidized independent schools, 94 primaries and 73 secondary schools. And we do have a rate that we use based on DBE, and with the secondaries, those that qualifies, for instance, if we say for matriculants, it's 85% pass rate, and if they go beyond the 85% pass rate, they are not given that the subsidies for that particular year. Then there was an issue regarding NSNP where Honorable van der Walt indicated that the vegetables, we actually had roadshows with the service providers, and where it was also discussed. But what they indicated, because sometimes it's not viable for them to go thrice per week to a school, But we have indicated that obviously if those vegetables or fruits are not in a good condition, schools don't actually take them. And we have situations that they are complaining that no, schools don't want to take vegetables or fruits, but we indicated that if they're not in good condition, obviously, and for instance, the butternuts that the Honorable has indicated, obviously for 2 weeks, you can keep butternut in our household, but if it goes beyond that and because of the heat, obviously it will rot. So those are the things that we make sure that the school principals make sure that, and the helpers, they make sure that it's in good condition. If not, then they must not take them or they must give it back to the service providers. I think Mr. Mashaba has tried. There was an issue on the latrines which DBE and the department had similar. The ones that I have seen, Honorable, in most cases, if there is that situation, what will happen? The infrastructure section will have to get another school where they can actually take that construction to, but we'll have to check this particular one because I'm not aware, I'm not sure if HOD is aware of this one, but we'll have to check because I think it was in the books of DBE, not in our books. Yeah, I think we have tried to.
Okay. HOD?
No, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Let me appreciate my colleagues for having provided clarity on few of the questions that were raised. In addition, as a wrap-up, Chair, is that on the issue of monitoring of scholar transport, let me indicate that we have a very good working relationship through an SOP with our parents, members of the SGB and our SMTs who assist us to monitor scholar transport on daily basis. And they are the ones who are actually giving us information about issues of overcrowding and the general conditions of transport that is used in that regard. I thought I needed just to make that input. Also, in terms of the ECD, remember we have increased the subsidy from 17 to 24 rand per learner so that they are able to deal with issues of LTSM and the toys and so on. So I think that is assisting quite a lot. I think we're in agreement, Chair, that on this one of the project, the SAFE project, we will have to provide a written report. I think the issue on the independent schools, it's born out of the South African Schools Act. But obviously, the schools must meet the criteria as set out as the CFO has indicated, so I think it's fine. On bullying, you have also requested that we need to provide at least additional information in terms of what measures are we actually engaging in terms of bringing the parents and the general community members more in assisting us to deal with this scourge. I think we can provide details in that regard. The issue of the infrastructure backlogs as well, we will do that. By and large, I think we've responded to the questions of clarity that were posed. Okay, on the chemicals for the Enviro toilets, we give schools an allocation so that they can be able to buy, but also we have released circulars because we're equally concerned about the cleanliness of our sanitations of our toilets in schools. We are enforcing the issue of the principle of cleanliness in our schools. We have recently released a circular where we've indicated that failure to ensure that the toilets are clean would lead to consequence management. So the principals must compel the SGB to ensure that they release resources to make sure that our toilets are clean. Chair. Thanks. I think we should pause there for now.
Yeah, I think there was a question about the statistics of of pregnant learners. So you should have those numbers. So please send us those numbers because we hear the advocacy work, but we want to know what is the situation currently. We want to respond on this one, HOD. I don't believe that you as a province do not know that yourself and DBE had a duplication on a project. You both appointed, because DBE was very clear with us that they actually have engaged you. They're actually engaging you to reinvest their fruitless expenditure. On their side, it was a fruitless expenditure. So the fact that you're saying as a province you don't know, I don't believe it. I don't think you don't know. Because it can't be that you don't know that both of you appointed contractors for the same project. And on DPE side, then they incurred fruitless expenditure. And they even said to us that they are actually engaging you to actually reimburse them for that fruitless expenditure. So when you're saying you don't know, I'm really confused on that one. CFO, an allocation, a grant allocation, if we are not going to spend, we should know by Q1. Because by Q1, we should have spent a certain percentage of that allocation. We cannot know at the end of the financial year that we are not going to be able to spend. So it's only then that we want to mitigate it by now transferring directly to schools, and there is no time. And that's what I want to understand. You are a province that produces very good results in math, science. Yeah. Now, you not spending the MST grant, for me, it's really an indictment because you could enhance that talent that you have. Everyone is struggling with those STEM subjects, but you're one of the provinces that we know, in terms of the top performers, the top achievers, they are going to come from Limpopo, you know, in maths or science. Now, you can't tell us that you only knew at the end of the financial year that you are not going to be able to spend a certain grant. For me, I'm saying there should have been mitigation at least on the second quarter. You should have known by the second quarter that by the second quarter we should have spent at least 40% of this allocation, and we have only spent 20% or 10%. Then you start mitigating at that point. So that for me, it's an issue, especially also with the HIV grant as well. It's an issue. And that speaks to, I don't know if it speaks to planning, but it speaks to directly yourself, CFO, that you should have known, that you should see, there should be indicators. And that's the reason why quarterly we report, so that we can see if we are performing. We look at our performance against the target. So that's an area of concern. Honorable van der Veld?
Chair, I just wanted on the indicators by the AGSA, is that it says that the APP will be revised to include the NSNP and the learner transport. So was that now tabled before the ledge, and is it now done with? And my other thing is just, sir, to the issue about chemicals. It will also be very unfair if you think that the school educators or the SGB must go and buy those chemicals due to the distances and transport possibilities. So circuit managers visit schools at the regular, well, supposed to be regular intervals. So I'm sure you must also make provision for those that have to travel up to the border where there isn't a shop that sells that type of chemicals. So we must not always just leave people and then, you know, when you get flack from the committees, wherever they're local or provincial or here, we must make sure that it is accessible for those people to get to a shop who buys those chemicals, or even a shop that can drop it. I'll tell you, some of those roads are very bad because I visit those schools. And Chair, just the issue on the pregnancies, let us then get that report with all the questions. How many learners, what ages, learner to learner, educator to learner, how many statutory rape was the cases opened at SAPS, etc. Because to us that is crucial because we have a, what would you call it, a joint effort in Parliament to put other measures in place and correct or try to improve on that, Chair. And then one last thing. At some point I heard that in Limpopo, and I'm not sure how the Education Department is included, there was an undertaking to do lifestyle audits. What happened to that?
Before you come in, CFO, DBE, assist us on this issue that we're raising. The province says it doesn't know about it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon to Chairperson, members, and MEC and colleagues. I'll ask the Chief Audit Executive, Ms. Mola, to deal with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and MECs and senior managers for the provinces. For the issue that the Chair has raised, from DBE Infrastructure, the SAFE project, Province Limpopo, they have submitted there, we've got 68 projects which were submitted to DBE for a SAFE project. And when we do the investigation, we identified that once we have already started with the planning work, the professional work, which we have already spent from DBE, then we appointed TMT Limpopo to do the assessment when for those projects to be started. So we've incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And our infrastructure team, they've been engaging with the province, but TMT, when they went to the site, they found Limpopo has appointed DBSA for the same projects that were allocated to DBE for SAFE project. So that's where the fruitless and wasteful, and from our side, we did the investigation, we've shared the letter for the demand to communicate to the province in April to the HOD. Mr. Mashaba was still the acting HOD at that time.
Yeah, just to add, Chair, what ordinarily happens when we appoint on the SAFE project, because the SAFE project falls under the grant that we run, the School Infrastructure Backlogs Grant, which is run by ourselves, not the EIG, which is run from the provinces. So for appointments to happen, the provinces would write to us to say, please appoint or concur to appoint. So we do the concurrence. Once we've done the concurrence to appoint, once that appointment has happened, then of course we go ahead with other processes. Only to find when our service provider gets on site, the province has already appointed somebody else who has done some work. It may not be building of the structure or all that, but professional services have already been incurred. So that's where the fruitless expenditure comes in. Thanks.
So you appointed as per their recommendation.
Exactly.
So they recommended to you
Exactly.
to appoint service provider X for work X.
Exactly.
Then you appoint that service provider.
Yes.
The service provider goes there. They've appointed service provider Y
Yes.
for the same work.
Exactly.
Then the province says it doesn't know. That's what we don't get, because that speaks to how you work as government. It's fruitless expenditure. It speaks to how you work as government, and we want to know, because it might mean that there's many instances of that nature. So that's why we wanted to ask the province to say what happened there. Unless if you want to send us a report, a comprehensive report on the matter,
Yeah,
that's still fine.
yeah, no, I think let's take the latter approach, Chair. Allow us to submit a written response. Thank you.
Please submit a written response on that issue. Now you understand what I was saying. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think let's move swiftly to Mpumalanga. Let's move swiftly to Mpumalanga. Please, we are not breaking. We are going to Mpumalanga. Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member van der Waart, Honorable members on the platform, on the virtual platform. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our Honorable MEC from the Eastern Cape, the HODs present, colleagues from DPE, and officials from other Provincial Department of Education, and also our most respected colleagues from AGSA, especially from Mpumalanga, Mr. Brown and your team. Let me greet you and say good afternoon. My name is Shamba David Ntembu. I'm the Chief Director for Planning Research, IT. I'm going to present the report from Mpumalanga. The presentation outlines the purpose, legislative background, and our priorities as a province, strategic focus, our 5-year plan, the annual performance plan, the statistics for bullying, AGSA finding and plan, and then recommendations. I'll also add, Chairperson, as per your request, a short report about the learner pregnancy and the statistics thereof. Now, the purpose is to be able to give an update and report on the plans of the province, including the issues of bullying and the AGSA finding. Now, in terms of background, Chairperson, we want to also allude to the fact that they were informed by the Constitution of the South Africa as amended in Section 91, which requires that members of the cabinet to be provided or to provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control, and Section 92 for that members of cabinet are collectively and individually to Parliament for the exercise for their powers and performance of their functions, and also citing the PFMA as amended, which stresses the need for accounting officers and those to whom managerial responsibilities have been delegated to regularly monitor and report on the performance of their department against the agreed budget programs for the year, and also including the issue of the treasury regulations in terms of all the plans that we need to report our performance against measurable objectives. As a sector, we have been allocated priority 2 to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. But also in terms of our province, our key priorities are 7, Honorable Chairperson. 1, that is ECD facilities, registration system to be developed and improve access to ECD, and also increase percentage of practitioners on NQ level, and also improved functional literacy rate, and also increase percentage of grade 3-4 learners reading with understanding, and also what is also important, increased access to higher education training through development of skills needs in the workplace, and increase the number of technical schools. So that is our mandate that and priorities that are included in our 5-year plan. We are also alluding to the MTDP outcome and also outcome indicators for the 5 years, which I'll talk to them later. Now, in terms of our strategic focus, we're just indicating the vision, mission, and values of the department. I won't list them, But what is important is for us to advance excellence in quality education delivery and skills for the changing world. And also the impact statement of the Department of Education to reduce poverty, reduce spatial inequality, enhance food security and nutrition, and expand social safety net. Now, in terms of the 5-year plan, Chairperson, I'll focus more on the target rather than to look into the narration of the strategic plan. Like indeed, as I indicated, Chairperson, is that one of our outcome is that one, the improved education outcome and skills for the economy were expected as an outcome indicator, improved ECD facilities and registrations. What we have included, Chairperson, also to indicate is that we have included the baseline that we've got SASMs, Bangasali, and Banapili as registration systems that we must register and make sure that we improve the provincial database for the ECDs in terms of increasing access. Now, in the midterm target, we indicated that we'll have a full implementation of e-care registration system to modernize management system and reduce red tapes for the mass registration of ECD facilities. Now, our 5-year target in that particular outcome, we are talking about the full implementation of e-care registration system across the province. Now, when it comes to ECD, we have categorized it into two, the 0 to 4 and 5 to 6. On the 0 to 4 cohort, Chairperson, we want to indicate that our baseline is 79%, and in terms of the midterm, 2.5 years to come, our target is 83%, and the 5-year target will be 86% and above. The second one is increased percentage of practitioners on NQ level 4. Currently, we've got 80% of them, and in the midterm, we have targeted 85%, and in the next 5 years, or at the end of the 5-year period, we'll be having 87% of them. These practitioners, Chairperson, will be professionalized to become teachers within the system. Already 80% of them have been transformed into educators. In terms of 2030 strategy for ECD program implemented, we are at 79% as a baseline, and our mid-target is 83%, and the 5-year target is 86%. On improved access to ECD subsidies for children, you'll remember that, yes, we have registered all the children, but in terms of particular requirement, there's a certain portion of children that are qualified to receive subsidies. Currently, we are at 70,887, and our midterm is 73,887, and then the 5-year target is 75,887.
So, sorry. So we've got 67 slides. So we're going to request that perhaps just really give us the highlights.
Yeah, I'm just going to talk to the issues. This is a point of emphasis.
That is very important, just highlights, because we are told that we must be out of here at 2. We wouldn't mind to be here for longer, but, well, that's where we are.
No,
so
thanks,
apologies for that.
Thank you. I'll be short. Now, in terms of slide 18, we're just indicating, Chairperson, the issue of the 5 to 6 year cohort in terms of ECD. But also what is important, again, is to improve grade 8 and 9 in terms of the percentage that I've indicated there. But what is also important from us is also to increase percentage of candidates achieving 80% in grade 12 in mathematics. To the baseline as indicated, but also we want to make sure that at the end of 5 years we're at 26%, but also to increase the the candidate achieving 60% and above in terms of physical science to 27% in the next 5 years. The other important issue, Chairperson, is about access to higher education in terms of the baseline. I want to indicate that currently as a province we are awarding bursaries, Chairperson. We've got students that are in Russia currently completing their medicine and also engineers. Currently we've got 1,674. Want to indicate that towards the end of the 5 years would have 2,100 that would have completed all their studies, but also indicating that we are incrementally giving bursaries after every the results announcement, about 30 of them every a year. Now, the other important issue is also to increase performance of learners in grade 5, achieving 50% and above. Those are the percentage that I've indicated. That includes also the learners in grade 9 in achieving 50% on mathematics. On slide 20, Chairperson, also again is about the issue of increasing the number of technical schools that we have in the province. Currently, we've got 44 of them, and then the midterm, which is one of the highlights, will be at 54. We are utilizing unutilized former colleges and schools to establish those technical schools, which is also important on our side. And also to increase skilled labor force. And the other important issue is about the throughput rate to 85%. We have regressed to 65%. In the previous years, we were at 80%. And we want to indicate that we will indeed move to 75 in terms of the mid-year, and also 85 in the next 5 years. The matric pass percentage, Chairperson, the baseline is 84%. Our target is 90%. Noma kanjani. We're just showing the 84%. We know that we can do it as a province. And in terms of improved infrastructure, these are our current baselines, Chairperson, just to improve schools meeting the minimum norms. The baseline is 93, and we hope that by midterm we'll be at 97%. And also improve schools with EFMS conditional ratings. We've done that assessment, and we hope and believe that those schools will be attended to, Chairperson. Now, what is also important is about increasing job opportunities, inclusive with the presidential initiative, Chairperson, and also in collaboration with the CETAs. Currently, we've been able to appoint 27,000 in our schools, school assistants and also general workers. This is the number that we wanted to indicate. But it is going to go down a little bit, Chairperson, because some of our partners are withdrawing. So our target is going back downwards in terms of the midterm. But we hope and believe that as we are negotiating forward, we'll be able to succeed in doing very well. On the issue of stakeholder engagement and issues that deals with what you call social cohesion, we have targeted, sorry, it's supposed to be 10 for this financial year. We hope that we'll correct that one. And also the issue of African languages that are offered in schools, we are at 82%. We hope and believe that we will increase it to 92%. That is one of the critical issues in terms of our schools in our towns. Now, the community engagement we have planned for, and we are doing very well, Chairperson, in terms of those dealing with issues of GBV and also bullying and violence in schools. Chairperson, I want to go quickly to the annual performance plan, Chairperson. We want to indicate that these are the programs that are there in the annual plans. We've got 7 programs. I'll go to slide number 27. In terms of the program number 1, it is about governance, the number of schools that are using SSMs. We've also indicated the numbers there, Chairperson. I won't go to that area, but I want to indicate that this program includes also the issue of schools contacted electronically and also the issues of expenditure going towards non-personnel and the issue of social cohesion, which is a new issue, and also the visitation of schools by officials. And what is also critical on slide number 21 is the number of qualified grade R teachers aged 30 and below. We want to indicate that currently we've got 1,100 that are in our system, and the percentage of departmental procurement on women, we are doing well there, but also percentage of department procurement awards towards youth-owned businesses, and also the issue of awards given to persons with disability. But what is also a challenge, Chairperson, is the issue of the dispensation around the procurement policies with Treasury to relax some of them, because it is not always easy to do that procurement, especially towards the people with disabilities. The other important issue, Chairperson, is percentage of schools having access to information through connectivity and broadbanding. In terms of connectivity in schools, we are fine, but broadbanding is an issue, because broadbanding is utilized by our children at school. The only access that they get through what we call the computer labs. You will know, Chairperson, and agree with us that we have banned our children to come to schools with their cell phones in most of the schools. So therefore, the only access that they will get, it is through the laptops. We have discouraged them, not necessarily a formal banning. The other important issue, Chairperson, is the issue that is the number of schools that are provided with multimedia. We've got 482 that were provided, but also what is also important is the no-fee school provided in schools. That is 1 million as indicated, and then the learner funded in line with the national norms and standards for school funding. We are at 0, Chairperson. We want to raise this particularly because we do not have enough fund. All schools are not funded according to the expected norms and policies across the provinces. If there are provinces that are doing that, I think it's 1 or 2 where I am seated. It is also very important that the AG must know that, because they are asking me every time why I put 0. It is because the money that I'm allocated is not enough to can fund according to the norms and standards. That should be very important. The other issue is about the issue of the capacity to capacitate the number of foundation phase that are trained in methodology, and also those that are trained in numeracy. We have included that. That is very important. And then on slide 31, the number of teachers trained in mathematics and also methodology in language content. We've included the numbers that are there, but also again the number of public ordinary schools that offer previously marginalized official South African languages. They are 30, Chairperson. We want to indicate that it depends on the willingness of the SGBs of schools. Some of the SGBs do not want the formally disadvantaged languages to be introduced in schools, raising the reason that no, but we've brought our children here to learn in English and Afrikaans. So those are the challenges that we are having, but we are saying will not succumb to those particular challenges because it's an indictment on our side. The percentage of schools where allocated posts are filled, we're also indicating that percentage that currently within our organogram, we've filled 65% in our post establishment in terms of the organogram. On slide 32, Chairperson, we are also talking about percentage of sample schools producing minimum set of documents, especially in terms of governance. We are saying it's 100% and percentage of schools, sample schools with functional school safety committees, and also those that are benefiting from national school nutrition. We've indicated the number of 1,520, but also there's also a challenge because schools are also writing to us to withdraw in terms of participating in that area. And sometimes it is very tough to go and engage with them, but some of them were persuading them to stay within the bracket. The number of primary schools monitored implementing reading strategy is 600. But also in terms of program 3, we're talking about the issue of the SGBs, the introduction of robotics, the 2 to 8 Chairperson. We want also to encourage, I'm not sure the challenges in other provinces, because this is not a regulated program. There's no policy. And in schools, what is happening is that they are told to create a period for that. So some of the schools, they want to withdraw. But the sooner the policy is approved, the better. On slides number 34, the number of schools provided with grade 3 African languages, 1,000, and the number of schools using grade 1-3 lesson plans, and the number of schools monitored in supporting QMS implementation. We have also indicated the target thereof, Chairperson. What is also important on slide 35 is the number of national teaching awards administered in our provinces. In all districts, we've got 4 of them. And the number of schools monitored in mother tongue bilingual education, it's 71. And also the number of technical schools, as I indicated, we have that particular number as indicated. Monitored and curriculum assessment policy for CAPS. On program 3, Chairperson, is about the independent schools. We are just indicating the percentage of registered independent schools and those that are receiving subsidies, and also the number of learners subsidized at registered independent schools. This is the number of learners, which is 7,000, and then the percentage of schools is 18, and the number of registered independent schools monitored for implementing improvement curriculum plans is 24. In terms of program 4, Chairperson, on special schools, we are also talking about the number of learners with disability enrolled in special schools and the number of therapists, special staff in public special schools, and the number of teachers employed in public special schools. But what we are also indicating, Chairperson, is that we will be proposing the issue of subsidy in the special schools. You will be aware, Chairperson, that they are not classified in terms of quintile. Our schools are getting money; they are not getting money as is compared to the schools from quintile 1 up to quintile 3. So they rely on the money that we give to them. So we're not treating them very fairly, but we hope and believe that as a sector would deal with this issue as a policy matter. In terms of slide number 39 is about training. In terms of CS policy and the target as indicated, and also again on slide 40 on program 5, the number of public schools that offer grade R, we've got 1,063, and then the number of registered ECD programs, that is 200, and also the number of children accessing registered ECD programs, 75,000, and the number of children benefiting from ECD subsidy as indicated, Chairperson. We were qualified in terms of that area, Chairperson, due to the fact that the AGSA wanted the number of, the database for the number of learners that are not subsidized. That is a critical area, but we'll improve on that. On slide number 44, the number of learners enrolled in grade R in public schools, we've indicated 68,000, and the number of grade R teachers or practitioners with NQF level 6, we are saying currently in the system we've translated 1,673 because they've got that qualification. Want to indicate, Chairperson, as a highlight, we also have an ECDI chairperson that is training NQ level 4 practitioners. There are 100 of them, and at the end of the financial year, they'll be graduating and then they'll be translated. On slide 42 is about infrastructure programs. We're indicating, Chairperson, in terms of the public schools that will be provided with water, the number is indicated. On electricity, we've got none so far. And then on sanitation, we've indicated 27. And additional boarding schools, it's none. We've got 7 boarding schools that we've built. Currently, we've awarded or we have opened Umkondo boarding schools as the last boarding schools for this term. And we don't have any other plan unless if there's a need. Number of schools that's scheduled for maintenance, 221. And Chairperson, the number of additional classroom built, we have indicated the number, and also issues of specialized rooms, and also the number of schools that reach practical completion is 18 currently that have been completed. And the number of new grade R classroom builds, 14. So those are the issues that relate to program 6 on slide 45 to 44. And then in terms of program 7, Chairperson, we are also indicating the percentage of learners that passed grade 12. Our target, as I indicated, is 90%. And we also want to indicate the percentage of grade 12 learners passing a bachelor's at 50, that will be 50%. And then the number of percentage of grade 12 learners achieving 60% and above in mathematics, 20%, including also physics, and also the number of secondary schools with national senior certificate pass rate of 60% and above. We indicated the number, which is 555, as indicated, Chairperson. Then on program 7, like as I indicated, Chairperson, we are also providing bursaries. This is the total of numbers that we are awarding bursaries. The number of interns or internship programs, we do not have such. The number of teacher trained in care and support, we've got 2,250. And then what is also important on slide number 48 is number of learners trained in care and support, which is 2,000. And that is all in terms of the APP. Now, in terms of the statistics on bullying incidences in schools and anti-bullying policies, Chairperson, we just want to indicate that currently, as a province, we've got 131 bullying incidences experienced by learners. These incidences are characterized as physical, assault, verbal, non-verbal, sexual, and cyber bullying. I'll quickly go to the issues of policies. We've got grant policies, but necessarily you were very true that at the level of the schools, in terms of monitoring for implementation, there are very few schools that are monitoring 100%, so we need to strengthen that particular area. The other important issue is the aggregation of bullying in terms of district. We've got 4 districts. In Butlabela, we've got 32 in total, Ehlanzeni 30, Gersibande 36, and Nkangala is 33, the amount to 131. We have just aggregated them into cyber, sexual, verbal, and non-verbal and physical abuse. Chairperson, we also wanted to respond to the strategy, the audit strategy report that we have as a plan. We want to indicate that we have presented it to the audit committee. We have also presented it to the AGSA. We've got 13 such critical issues that we raised at a strategic level. One of it was the issue of misstatement, material misstatement caused by limitation of scope, late submission of document for audit purposes. So the root cause was identified, the action was planned, the timeline indicated, and the responsibility official was identified. I don't want to read the whole thing. But I've also sent our manager, Mr. Brown, the progress report on this, because I didn't want to put all these things. So the progress report is there. The other important issue is material misstatement in the AFS relating to disclosure adjustment. That is one of the finding AGSA, that indeed the root cause was the fragmented and incomplete irregular expenditure reporting due to inadequate coordination between implementing agents, supply chain, financial reporting units that resulted in incomplete submission. So those are the strategies that we have put together, that we must strengthen the financial reporting, which is very critical. And we'll do that quarterly, and the CFO has been given that particular task. The other important issue is the going concern on budget management. The root cause is the insufficient fund at the year end to surrender and spend budget, use of future allocations to fund current obligations, weak monthly budget monitoring, and delays in identifying overspending areas. And then we came up with that program of action. And then the quarterly, we will do that quarterly, and we've also identified the responsible managers. What is also a critical, Chairperson, is number 4, allowances paid fraudulently to officials of the department. This is an area that some of the officials in one district, they were paying other officials in another district housing allowances. So the root cause in inadequate record keeping and retrieval control, lack of proper documentation management system, and coordination between HR, district, and head office, resulting in supporting records not being readily accessible for audit purposes. But also, again, weak approval processes, housing allowances, other non-perishable benefits processed without proper authorization, incomplete application forms, or missing mandatory supporting document, and ineffective monitoring of PESAL and BUS transactions, and absence of independent validation. So when the officials enter into the PESAL system, he had access to can even see in the other district. Instead, now we have restricted them just to say if you are in one district, you must see what you are in your district, and you cannot access the other district. But also, even in terms of approval, there must be people that must approve your transactions. So those were critical, but there is an ongoing forensic investigations. We have reported it, actually it has been identified by AG, and the process is ongoing, Chairperson.
Yeah, as we sum up, unfortunately, we're left with about 14 minutes.
Yes, I'll sum up. I'll sum up. The other issues, the grant management and non-compliance and irregular expenditure. That the root cause was inadequate cash management controls, resulting in use of grant funds for purposes of other than those stipulated in the division or the DORA, and failure to back up the unspent conditional grant. On 6, irregular expenditure on procurement of and non-compliances, and I've indicated the root causes. And then on slide number 60 is inadequate fraud and risk management, the issue of root cause limited proactive advocacy by risk management, lack of a digital centralized incident reporting system, and then on slide 61, weak accountability at top and senior management. Root causes performance agreement of senior managers do not include audit-related accountability metrics, and there is inadequate linkage between audit outcomes and executive performance assessment. 2, poor financial health indicators and liquidity risk, lack of financial health assessment and delayed cash flow management decisions, inadequate forward planning and insufficient cost containment strategies. And then we also have weak procurement documentation records, the issue of record keeping, and then on slide number 64 is weak performance information reporting on AOP in terms of compliance, inconsistent reporting intensities, and as indicated. Number 13 is material irregularities as identified by the AGSA. We've indicated the root cause and the action plans. And then Chairperson, lastly, let me quickly go to this slide, the last one that you requested, Chairperson. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. It's about issues of learner pregnancy. Chairperson, currently we've got almost 1,600 learners that for this current term, and then it is, in terms of age analysis, we've got 2 that are at age 13, 13 are age 14, 24 age 16, and then 61 are at age, oh, it's not picking it up. Okay.
Okay, you can continue in the meantime.
Yes. So therefore it is a cause for concern if we've got the 2 13-year-olds that are pregnant in our schools, and they are found in Kangala, and we also had some of them, they are at Butlabela and Hlanzeni, and then Gersibande, which is a cause for concern. But what is also important is the grade analysis. They're starting from grade 6 upwards, and then the race analysis, all are African, disability, nothing. And then lastly, we've got we've then did them in terms of the top schools and also the top circuits. But we hope and believe that you'll get the report as I've given it to Mr. Brown for circulation. So it was very important for us to have taken the analysis, but it is very, very important for us to have policies that will talk to these issues. All in all, Chairperson, I just want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to come and present, especially in front of our DBE colleagues and AGSA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the team. Well, you are the very lucky team because you presented the last. You are going to get only written questions, unfortunately. Okay, because I see Honorable Low sent me a huge list of questions. It's very long. And I want to give AG some 5 minutes to reflect on these reports as well. And by 2 o'clock, we must leave. And the kitchen staff is leaving by 2 o'clock. They are closing. If we're not there by then we have engaged in fruitless expenditure ourselves. Because, yeah, so we really need to do that because we had said that we'll be finished by 1. So I don't know if it's burning. Yes. Just 2 points. Make the 2 points, then we're going to give to AG. You're going to receive written responses on why you've regressed from unqualified to qualified. That is going to be most of our questions. Yeah.
I feel like saying to him, he'll be happy to know that I worked in Bushbuck Ridge, Ekonhoek, and I've got lots of questions. But Chair, yes, just because the AG is going to respond, I see on slide 63, it's about tenders, and that the conclusion of the AG's office is that you've got very weak procurement, documentation, and record management. It's not a new thing in Mpumalanga education. And one of your action plans on that is that you're actually are considering CCTV surveillance options. Maybe you can just respond to that, and hopefully it's budgeted for if you do. But there's another issue I want to raise before the AG, because you actually mentioned the whole Russian students issue of 1,000, what. But in Scopa, and I'm sure the AG raised concerns about that contract of 65 million rand that you gave to a company, I think it was called Green Tutu Trading, or I don't know if it's a RACUS or RACUS, what it stands for. So they were supposed to manage the logistics and the well-being of about 368 students, if I have it correct, close to 400 students that were sent to Russia to study those subjects that you actually mentioned: medicine, engineering, aviation, and cyber tech security. Now, something went very wrong there, because the AG raised concerns of immaterial contract irregularities in the contract, and that the department seems to have overpaid or have been overcharged by this specific service provider, because he only provided uniforms to the students. And some of them, about 200 of that, almost 400, were left looking at eviction from the accommodation. They had no food to eat. I don't know if they completed their studies. And there was also the issue raised, if I understood it correct, that they submitted invoices in converting US dollar invoices received by the service provider to South African rands value, which we know is quite a difference. So even after all of this, the service provider to submit these invoices, they were paid by your department. My question to you, are you telling me maybe, I don't know, 65 million rand, could we not have sent students to a good university in South Africa? And how's this service provider connected? I actually want to talk to you about your laptops, but I'll leave that too for a later chance, because it seems like you have this culture of going into the wrong deals. And what's the consequence management? And Chair, that's where I will stop for now. I've got 2 pages full, but we'll do it in writing.
Yes, I want also the responses in writing. So a comprehensive report on the issue of the Russia exchange program and the issues that are raised. And of course, with the first question as well. But also, we're going to send you all the list of questions that we have. Let's allow AG.
Thank you so much. Greetings to you, Chairperson, the honorable members, the MECs, the colleagues from the Department of Education, both in DBE and the provinces, and my colleagues from the AGSA. Just introduction, my name is Khaboko Mapi. I'm the executive responsible for education sector nationally in the AGSA. So cognizant of time, Honorable Chairperson, let me thank you for having invited the AGSA to join you in this session. There's a couple of things that came through as part of the discussion. Some of them are coming from the audit that we've done for the 24-25 financial year. The audit for the 25-26 financial year are just starting out. And obviously, some of the key points will be coming out as part of our audit, so we'll have a particular focus on some of the promises that the provinces have made. It will be quite good to see how some of this progress has taken the sector thus far. What is important for the AGSA is a collective achievement of the sector. So it is good that individually as the provinces, we strive to achieve a certain level of standard so that we can deliver basic education. But we ought to remember that the success of education, especially basic, is going into be in the collectiveness of the sector. And this is something that we highlighted over a number of years, that when we started as a basic education sector not to have what we called customized indicators, and when we started to exclude as the education sector, especially at province level, we exclude some of the critical indicators that we set as a country, either at the previous MTSF and the current medium-term development plan. It then put us on a back foot as a sector. So as the AGSA, you would see that we'll continue to have a dedicated focus, particularly on how we are tracking and dealing with the medium-term development indicators, but also the indicators that come from key aspects and key programs such as NSNP. So our focus areas for the year 25-26 will still include your ECD. So some of the progress that we are highlighting to the committee in terms of what we've done as a province will form an integral part of the audit of the AGSA. The curriculum coverage will be part of what we look at, the focus on the teacher development, with the understanding that if we continue to leave the teacher development in the back foot, we then not necessarily setting ourselves right for what we want to see with the learners. The modernization of SA SEM, so that is the e-learning. We are grateful for some of the provinces that already started to partner with DBE and bring forth the funding. What we would like to see as the AGSA is, as a sector, strengthening the capability of the IT. So both from e-government, meaning the mechanisms that we are utilizing to facilitate our own administration, but importantly, how we make sure that we capacitate the learners in a manner that put them in the forefront in competition with other countries. Financial management and consequence management remain the pain point in the sector, such that when we see some of the disciplines that come through, so far as compliance with supply chain in particular comes through, it is a bit of a concern for the AGSA. So we'll continue to ask you questions around what have you done with the people that had not done good in terms of the areas that you would have wanted to do. The material irregularities that we are issuing as the AGSA, it is our view that it's not sustainable to move the sector forward. So therefore, we shouldn't depend on whether the AGSA given me a material irregularity or not, but we should be prompted by the requirement of the Public Finance Management Act and our endeavor to achieve the basic education that we all aspire to see in the country. But let me thank you for engaging us importantly on what you've done with our recommendations. We truly appreciate that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khabu, and also for your continuous support. Your institution is very important for our own work as an oversight committee. We actually get a lot of foundation to do our own work from your reports and from your consistent engagements with us. So we really value this support and this contribution. Just as an overall, thank you very much to the provinces, and really apologies for the members. Although, of course, it made sure that it's a shorter meeting, could have been a very long meeting. Apologies, we usually have our meetings on Tuesdays. We had to swap our meeting because on Tuesday we were hosting an engagement on statutory rape, which is an inquiry that we've been tasked to ensure that we conclude with 4 other portfolio committees. That's why these important questions on the number of pregnant learners and the issues about bullying and all sorts of assaults in the schooling environment. So as an overall, we are going to request you as the 3 provinces to give us baselines on the ECDs. We understood that the whole point, the whole resolution on ECDs was firstly, of course, to ensure that you integrate the academic aspect to the ECD centers, but also to increase access. Now, we need to know, if you know how many children you have in your own province, which are between the certain age cohorts, and how many can you account for that are in your ECD centers, so that we know where is the gap. So that when the president comes in the SONA and speaks about the progress you've made, we know it's progress against what? Are we really moving, or are we not really moving? So we're going to request you to do that. We're going to also comprehensively cover the AG findings and the plans to address the findings comprehensively with timelines. We've seen Mpumalanga has done some of it, but there's also additional questions to it. So give us those. The anti-bullying policies, the comprehensive anti-bullying policies of schools. Tell us the number of schools that you know have anti-bullying, comprehensive anti-bullying policies. The school infrastructure backlog, the projects. So you're saying that there's a report that DBE requested, because we did request for that report from DBE. So if there is that consolidated report, DBE, let's have it, so that we don't have to ask each and every province we're going to meet. The pit latrine toilets, you've told us about the outstanding numbers. Eastern Cape, you're saying it's 200 plus. So we want to know what are your timelines in ensuring that you eradicate the 200 plus that are remaining. The water infrastructure baseline, because that also affects the issue of pit latrine toilets. So those are some of the things that we are requesting from all of you to actually give us information. But some of the questions that you have not responded to, please respond to in writing. We wouldn't want to remind you. We would want you to just simply give us, especially in Limpopo, give us that comprehensive report on the audit that has been done on your special needs schools and what your plans are. So we are going to request that information within 7 working days. If you require an extension, do say to us you require extension. But thank you very much for actually honoring this invitation, and to DPE as well for your delegation and for being here. Thank you very much. And next week, Tuesday, let us do the other 3 provinces, and then we will see when we can do the other 3 provinces. We are coming to Limpopo when we reopen for our oversight visit. That's a province that we are coming to, the first province we are visiting as well. Yes, they are on the list. We've visited all other provinces that are here. We're coming to Limpopo, we're going to Mpumalanga after. Eastern Cape, you are the last one. So we're giving you a year to put your things in order so that when we come, all is well. So thank you very much for your time, and the meeting is adjourned. Please do grab lunch. Please do grab lunch.